Welcome everybody to another day of LCK Summer 2017. My name is Valdez. With me is Crumbs here for the Spo TV broadcast. We're going to start off with BBQ Olivers versus the ROX Tigers. So kind of an interesting matchup. It's 0-3 for both teams. Gotta not be feeling too good about this start here, Crumbs.
They're chasing a win. At the end of the day, one of these teams will come out victorious and will get their hopes up in chasing a season that is at least a 0.5 win ratio for these teams. And they do have lots of things to be hopeful for. There have been signs of life for both of these teams, with both ROX Tigers actually keeping up against KT Rolster last week, and then we have BBQ, which unfortunately their last match was, I believe, against SKT, where they, well, let's just say they got
they got fried.
Yes, they got fried, and they got charred out of it too, because SKT dismantled them.
Well, maybe they can cut off those charred bits and come into this one as a fresh new chicken, because they definitely have a lot of work to do. As you said, one of these teams does have to win. Kind of reminds me of spring, you know, where we'd have Jin-Air versus Kongdu, when Jin-Air was really going through a rough time. Kongdu was as well. Both these teams essentially only beat each other, and sometimes one of them, I think, took a game off the ROX Tigers, and that was about it. And yeah, I mean, ROX Tigers and BBQ so far, they've really not been performing. They haven't impressed me at all this season, and I hope one of these teams, whoever does win, can kind of take that win and go with it.
They can, but they, for example, Temp from BBQ, pretty solid mid laner, and actually received a lot of praise from Septed over on Ever A, claiming that Crown, Faker, and Tempt, and himself included, were the top mid laners in the LCK.
That's crazy.
And yeah, he is playing as well. That's the wrong laner here.
I don't understand how you can put someone like Tempt, just in terms of like stats, right? You look at the stats straight up, even like solo kills or stats versus other mid laners. Tempt is not on the same level as Crown and Faker, and I don't even think Accepted. But again, he's the one playing in the lane. So it might be a feel thing. You know, as a pro gamer, maybe it's like, oh, I just get wrecked by Tempt all the time. He feels so strong. Well,
yeah, there's so much more to a laner than just the statistics, but we will be jumping straight into that pick and ban with BBQ on the blue side, banning Xayah. Bit of a broken AD carry right now. One of the ones that actually makes waves more than the Ashe and Varus, which, as you were pointing out, are the most picked champions in the LCK so far.
Yeah, those two AD carries, they don't get banned too often, and they're kind of the top two after Xayah as well, so it does make sense. Kalista comes in every once in a while, shows her face, certain compositions.
And we might see her today, as both these teams have had some success with the Kalista and Thresh being such a powerful pick. However, the Graves will be taken away from Mighty Bear. Odd choice, considering that Graves' success in the LCK has been stagnant.
Yeah, it's very much a respect ban. You know, we talked about Mighty Bear's stats on Graves. It seems like he has the highest mastery of that one champion, and even now that Graves has been nerfed a bunch, he's still playing a lot, so they're just like, no, we got to take that away.
And now Lee Sin being the left-up champion, and you have to take it absolutely. When Elise has been removed, you know that Bless has been playing this champion heavily, and while some of his performances are a little off the cuff with getting caught out many times, he does have some game-winning moments every now and then, and that's what you get out of this pick. But the Tigers are prepared for it. They would not have banned Elise and Syndra if they were not ready to take on the Lee Sin with another jungler. And so perhaps we might get to see the Olaf or even the Kazakhs, but they will be taking away that Caitlyn, one of the very strong late game AD carries. And when you see Caitlyn being locked away, you know that the composition will revolve around this pick. So strong laning phase in the bottom lane, as well as just a beefy front line in as many places as possible. Galio is still available, and it does add for a great front line to protect from the Caitlyn. However, it will be that Gragas, and it is a flex pick. but we might, most likely we'll see it in the jungle, considering that there aren't many great junglers left up.
I've been seeing it picked quite often. Definitely is like number 3, number 4 comes in after all those bans, especially now that we have 10 bans.
Hey, Totoro.
There you go. And that's Ghost there on the right.
You know, I've actually never seen that animal in a movie.
That animal in the movie? What animal?
Is it
the
not
Totoro?
an animal? Yeah, the Totoro.
I don't think that's an animal, Crumbs. I don't think
What
that
is-
exists.
what
I don't
is
think that
it?
exists in real life.
Oh, I know.
I think it's a
from
cartoon.
Spirited Away. It's from Studio Ghibli films.
Oh.
That's where it's from. See, at least I even
So
knew
it's
that
like a
part.
created animal.
Let's
I
not go
suppose.
down this path real quick. It's only going to get worse for us. But Rumble and Talia will be the picks taken away from BBQ. So lots of pushing power in the top and middle from this team already. And we can expect a lot of priority around Herald this time around. An objective that has struggled in making its wave. Some teams have been using it to success, such as Samsung, but others have been using it really poorly. This will open up the map, and you can expect Crazy to just go on a rampage, invading and making moves into the solo lanes. And it's going to be a matter of how defensive can the duo lane from BBQ play, and what synergies can they have into this lineup. It has to be some heavy physical lineup, and preferably some crowd control as well. But the Braum gets taken away, easily recognizing that it would have been a good fit for this composition.
Well, we still have Blitzcrank available. If we do want to see Totoro pick that up, perhaps this would be the time. We'll see if Tigers are going to ban that out. No, they're just going to ban out Tom Kench. Going to take away some of that anti-pick power.
Yeah, going with the full, let's make sure that the Thresh can succeed. However, a Blitz would be a questionable choice, considering that Lantern is always a threat for disengaging and then re-engaging onto the Blitzcrank, making it
We've seen multiple hookers in the bot
seen-
lane before, Crumbs.
I play jungle, so I don't know what you're talking about. The Assassins do get taken away, however, from Temp, so that he has a bit of an easier laning phase. But the Kled will have an easy time against Rumble this time around. Obviously, in the early stages, he will get pushed in, but once the game progresses, the magic resistance starts coming out, the Black Cleavers, the Titanic Hydras, the pushing power really gets unrivaled, and Tigers already have scaling on their side so far. And what BBQ will have to select as well, your classic Varus, making sure that there's a lot of crowd control, some physical damage onto this lineup. And Zyra wouldn't be a surprising pick. It would benefit the laning phase tremendously. And so they will lock it away, and just a tremendous amount of crowd control from BBQ.
Zyra definitely seeing a lot of play nowadays, even in the Doran Shield meta. Kind of interesting to see that. I was thinking maybe Nami, especially with the heavy engage from the Thresh Kled from the Tigers, but definitely feeling that Zyra pick here is BBQ. And now just one pick left. It's got to be the mid laner here for Mickey.
Could it be Kassadin here? The Assassins have been taken away, and it would be a good matchup into Temp, fitting the idea of trying to go with a later scaling composition, but it will not, as they take away the Galio.
This is like so not Mickey too. You know, he loves to play these assassins. He loves to get aggressive, and then they just put him on Galio. It's like I said this before. My distaste for the Galio. I feel like it's kind of making the mid lane a little bit stale now.
But it's a challenge. Mickey's one guy that will not stale out the mid lane, because now it's up to him to see, can he feed on Galio? Can he carry on Galio? Because he's not going to be able to go for these crazy solo kills. And you're saying that it's really not Mickey's style, and it seems like they're trying to contain the explosiveness of Mickey that can go one way or the other, put him on the champion that in itself has such little variables that he just has to be a pinnacle of pressure in the mid lane that will at least be able to keep up with Talia in pushing, and can answer the roams from the Weaver's Wall with his own heroic entrance.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I definitely do like the pick in this situation, even for the comp. It's just, you know.
You just hate Galio. You're a Galio hater.
I am a Galio hater. Not a big fan of the Gargoyle, but...
To be fair, everyone's a Gargoyle now with Gargoyle Stone Blade being accessible.
So, going over the lineups here just a bit, you guys can see definitely a pretty aggressive lineup. Lots of damage on the side of BBQ.
And the late game for the ROX Tigers will revolve solely around Sangyun. The DPS from Galio, Gragas, and Kled are quite easy to mitigate, and so the team fights will revolve around Bless. Can he single out Sangyun and get the fights going?
Yep, that definitely is the question. So there you have it. Lots of cool skins here for both teams as we load up game number 1. Let's do it, guys. Game number 1 here from the ROX Tigers versus the BBQ Olivers. Let's jump onto the rift.
Saw them both.
That was actually kind of scary. I'm not sure how well you guys can hear through our mics, but
I didn't know positive reinforcement was causing us trembles.
I don't know. She was just really going hard. The cheerleader there for the ROX Tigers. She's probably been around for a while, ever since the glory days of the ROX Tigers.
Just trying to relive those days in a completely new lineup. However, the bonus is that as both teams are 0-3, they can walk away with a victory. So if the time was to win has ever been closer, it's now.
Yeah. Now's the time. Who's going to do it?
Who's going to push the other team to the bottom of the table? Push down their head deeper into the pool and say, I have some semblance of life.
Pretty
I have
much,
air.
yeah. Both of these teams are sinking fast, but one of them is going to climb on top of the other one and not drown for now.
And you're
today.
giving me flashbacks to being 13. They will steal away some of these Raptor camps as Gragas is... Oh, they just go for the ward instead. So looking for some early scouting, and now they'll be able to know that the dual lane has been giving a leash away while Bless jungles by himself. However, this means that both junglers will end up pathing to the top side of the map.
Interesting trade up here in the top. Not too much going on, but Linderong definitely zoning out crazy for now. Trying to deny him some XP. Looks like he was able to slightly.
1 CS for 0 and then level 2 gank. That's going to be a flash play maybe?
They're going for Ghosts now. The hook was taken level 1. Death Sentence will not land, but they do get both flashes out of the bot lane.
Big commitment there to make sure that this bottom lane succeeds, and it will be against the intentions of BBQ's bottom lane, which was everybody pushing with the top side of the map, and then you have Zyra and Varus being able to wave clear much more effectively than Thresh, and as such, they will have to respect this lane a lot more as Key still has flash, but it does come at the opportunity cost of Bless being able to invade this red side jungle and taking away a lot of the camp. So Mighty Bear sacrificing himself for the benefit of the team composition, which is going to be that Caitlyn come the late stage of the game.
I'm not sure if it's worth it. We'll definitely have to see how far ahead Bless can get from here because he was able to take both red buffs. He should secure 3 buffs for himself, and it's going to be kind of hard to gank this Kled, but he is stealing a lot of the jungle from the red side of Gragas from Mighty Bear, so definitely having a good start here for Bless.
And it's a trade-off. He's now going to be the one responsible for making things happen for BBQ as the advantage was transferred onto him. And meanwhile, you can expect the BBQ bottom lane to be a little bit more passive, while Sangyun will definitely have to be picking up a lot more weight as the game progresses. And he already is doing so, sitting at a bit of an 8 CS lead. With only 3 waves gone so far, it's quite significant.
Yeah, it definitely is. With both of those flashes down too, Thresh definitely can make some plays happen. Looks like for now they're just really trying to push in the lane and deny as much CS as possible though.
And it's working, and because Bless is in the top side of the map, they can feel comfortable just continuously pushing in. They know that they have a big window of pressure that Lee Sin will have to base, and even after he bases, they still have the time that it takes him to recall and find a route to the bottom side of the map, as they've warded the Krugs, and they're capable of playing this way because Gragas is also jungling in this side of the map. And so ROX has already been very clear about the game plan very early on. It's up to BBQ to answer, and it seems like they aren't really getting any advantages anywhere else.
Look at Mighty Bear going deep in here. He's going to steal the big one. Immediately Bless gets on top of him, but a bit of a trade between Tempt and Mickey. Actually, nice job by Bless there to dodge the taunt with his W.
and he can invade even though he's a level down because of the pressure that Mickey has. This is what the Galio power brings. This is why the pick is so heavily contested, as it opens up your jungle to be as aggressive as possible. And typically a matchup of Lee Sin into Gragas, you would expect Lee Sin to be the one making the aggressive moves, but the power of your laners is what we've been hitting on for pretty much a year and a half now, since the very serious changes have happened to League of Legends. And it shows as people will sacrifice the assassin prowess of players like Mickey and put him on champions like Galio, just because it's the right way to play the meta.
Yeah, and you can see that Tempt is keeping up. Actually, about 3 CS ahead of Mickey right now, so doing a good job of just making sure he's not losing too much, even though he is getting pushed in.
But it's a bottom lane from BBQ that needs to be rethinking what their game plan is going to be, as a 16 CS lead is happening on over Ghost. However, there is a big wave that is going to happen, but considering how much he's been missing under tower so far, it wouldn't be surprising if he misses some of these without any pressure happening. So let's see, that's 3, 7, so he's got to be hitting 45. Just did math.
You just did math on
and he got him all perfectly. Good job.
Nicely done. Wish we could have seen that happen though. Was curious. There's not much else going on in this game right now, so.
Well, we'll talk about the ROX's game plan, as clearly they're focusing to the bottom side of the map, but they don't get the luxury of having an important dragon early on. It's going to be that cloud dragon for them, and that's not going to help them with this goal. Ideally, they would have wanted a mountain or even a fire dragon. A mountain would have been a little preferable, as it would have accelerated their abilities to take down turrets and objectives, considering that their comp doesn't have crazy Baron damage. But nonetheless, that is the hand they are dealt.
Yeah, I feel like we don't get the most exciting dragons over here at Split TV.
We have gotten some. We have gotten some.
Some, but most games I feel like start off with either Ocean Drake or Cloud Drake. Not a fan.
Well, I actually prefer the Herald as an objective this time around over the dragons. It's really exciting to watch as these teams fumble using it or use it effectively. We see them try to disrupt the channeling of it. Now we see a lot of players, they have to hide before they channel it. The 4 second is a big commitment to using it, but Mighty Bear will be invading, and there is a teleport for both these top laners if they are to assist this. Let's see, he might just be going for a steal. Here it comes.
Looks like it. He is going to show himself, a nice steal there from Mighty Bear. Of course, because of that ward, they were able to get Key on in there, and really no hope for Bless to take that one.
Complete vision into this top side signals the possibility of a Weaver's Wall coming up here, but Mickey's positioning for a heroic entrance if need be. Here it comes. I expect Mickey to respond.
Yeah, where's the response? He's going to wait until he hops off Skarl, and Linderong, he's going deep. He doesn't really care. Eating a bunch of damage, but will get away with his life, and BBQ forced to back off after the heroic entrance does commit.
Yeah, so they don't commit anything more than that, as Galio would have easily thwarted that entire attempt. But now they have a bit of an option of returning to that lane. Lee Sin can show back up there as Linderang stays in low HP. But it's a good denial from ROX Tigers here, seeing what BBQ is trying to attempt with their composition and just stopping it dead in its tracks. And this opens up the late game window that is what they're looking for. That is their win condition.
Depth is going to get taunted up here. Just taking a bit of damage, not really any kill pressure from this Galio lane, which is another thing we talk about a lot. He kind of just sits there and pushes, and
he looks fancy. He's got this debonair outfit. You got to be patient when you look that good.
You don't want to get your clothes dirty, that's for sure. We got Totoro coming up here. He's only level 5. Will land the root. Can they get the knock up? No, not in time. Did I sound really disappointed?
My God, I'm on the edge of my seat on that one. But you can't give too much flack to ROX Tigers for this draft, because both these teams are looking for a win, and it's obvious that they both struggle with closing out games. And so when you're in this situation, pick the most late game composition you can come up with, and ensure that when the game hits late game, as the teams will start to struggle, you will have a higher chance of success.
Look at this, though. We have a bit of a lane swap here from the Tigers, saying, okay, we don't care about that Cloud Drake, and we can get up here earlier then BBQ can recognize. So
bizarre rotation. You always have to consider the equalizer happening here. So BBQ surely will win this trade if they commit people to the bottom lane. The teleport comes out from Galio this time around, so a good man to defend this. But Bless will not stay topside, so they might just... Okay, thankfully he canceled his recall. They must protect this tower.
Yeah, he's sitting up here, and definitely a wonky spot in this game. You don't see this too often. Nikita with a blue buff is going to be quite fantastic at stopping that push. But it's about to be 3-on-3 as Talia makes her way up into the top lane.
There is no equalizer, so I'm not feeling too fancy about going on this one.
Gonna land the hook. Lots of damage is coming out. Bear on a rope. Bear trap on a rope will land.
Oh my god, that would be
Bear on a
so
rope, that would be
scary.
sick.
Here's
Ryan, please.
Attack Bear.
But yeah, I mean, with Talia coming up making it 3v3, they essentially do not have a chance to push this in. Although Rumble is going for a recall right now.
Well, the lanes will stabilize now. It looks like the dual lane will rotate to the top side. So will ROX choose to match? Looks like the answer is no, as we're going to get right back to standard laning phase. But BBQ hasn't read the situation just yet. There's not a whole lot of information that would have told them otherwise, and as such, ROX might get another opportunity to try to push for that first brick in the bottom side of the map.
They were heading that way, but actually now they're heading towards the mid lane. What is going on, Crumbs?
These nomads just refusing to stay in the same place.
They're just adding a couple of roams to their lineup. Instead of an AD carry and support, they're adding some roam players in.
Okay, so clearly they want to avoid the 2v2 here. It must be the TP, I guess, but they can match with the Kled. So they just want to keep stalling out these lanes. They don't want to lane against the 2v2. They'll likely be getting pushed in by Zyra. So I guess they just don't want to concede pressure.
Look at that bottom lane turret. So many minions getting to work there. And we're having a fight as Linderong does charge on in, but Crazy trading back. Pretty even on the health for now. And thankfully, Linderong does get there in time, but that tower is extremely low right now.
They're feeling like they could rotate with a Weaver's Wall and Lee Sin, but the response from the dual lane will be here. That's a turret that is the lowest from that attempt at the tier 1 that got easily discarded by the equalizer. And now this dual lane can't do a whole lot against the Galio. Sitting at a heap and help in the magic resist between his Negatron and that Spectre's Cowl. Talia can't even think about going up there without the Lee Sin. Otherwise, he'll likely just use his flash and Justice Punch to get out of the way.
So we're 13 minutes in, no kills so far. But with the dual lane top here from BBQ, you were talking about that Rift Herald. Perhaps they could make a move there, not in the near future, especially because Bless is bottom lane looking to push that turret in.
Here he comes. This surely will be that first brick going down. Linderang is going to go for the recall. And as soon as he shows, he can't even choose to cancel that recall. He has no business defending this turret. So BBQ walk away victorious in this weird attempt at first brick that ROX did with a huge oversight as to the power of Rumble in a 2v1 situation.
Oh, yeah.
Nice steal.
Yeah. He does a lot of damage to Mighty Bear and steals the Scuttle Crab, especially when there could have been a little bit of pressure there onto that Rift Herald.
Now BBQ is going to be going towards that Cloud Dragon. So they're taking full use of the attempts that ROX are making all over the map and getting the best out of it. A Cloud Dragon, even though it's not the greatest reward, it is something, and that's what we want to see out of a team that is trying to focus a little bit more into the early game. And this next Dragon 6 minutes from now will be huge, as that Mountain Dragon means that Baron becomes a very real possibility for either a rush or maybe even a sneak.
It's going to be especially important for actually both of these teams, not only for the Baron, but because both sides have a ton of wave clear. Just pushing in the turrets is going to be very, very useful to have that Dragon.
And that wave clear means that we are going to be in for the long haul in this one.
Wouldn't have it any other way. The 2-0-3 teams draft these two compositions with a ton of wave clear.
Here we go. Finally, the 2v2s will meet eye to eye. but only after Ghost comes back with his completed Blade of the Rune King. So he's decently spiked right now, capable of defending himself or committing for a good engage there with the slow and extra damage of that completed item. However, BBQ doesn't have any vision that is all further past the river. Oh no.
Right in between the two scanners, the one ward. That's so unfortunate.
The fat man just can't catch a break.
And you can see that BBQ is trying to make a play up into the top lane, but it looked like the ROX Tigers also saw them. So no secrets here.
It's
on
just
the Rift
such
tonight.
a stalemate because Khaled will have the pressure onto the Rumble, as he's always in danger of overcommitting and Khaled being able to chase. You have Galio that can just eliminate any threat of any 2v1 guy. Whoa, okay.
Whoa. Okay, there we go. Chain of Corruption comes down. Finally, we have a first blood going over to Ghost. That was a strange engage. Here comes Crazy with the equalizer, and the Weaver's Wall coming in from behind. They're looking to really convert on this play. That's going to be 2 kills immediately going over to the BBQ. The teleport will be canceled from Linderong.
And that's exactly what you don't want to do in a situation like this. When the game is stalling out, you can feel impatient. You can feel that perhaps you must be doing something, but they have the late game composition. They should have been perfectly okay with it. As such, Mighty Bear commits with the body slam that doesn't get the lowered cooldown as it hit nothing. Tries to bop Ghost into the team, but the play was read from a mile away. The clearing of the wards was just not there, and they walk away with a Herald in the tier 1 topside, so BBQ accelerating this game out of nowhere.
Let's see how this happens. Okay, he steps on a trap. That's actually what happens, and the cast does knock him in.
Such a next level bait.
That was actually really cool. Nice play by Ghost. Of course, they didn't know that Gragas was there because he walked over the ward. And Tempt, immediately there, good timing. They get the exhaust down. Bless does survive too. And Galio, also a little bit late as well.
Here we go, we're back to a 2v2.
Oh boy, Totoro missed that root. Doesn't seem to matter. They will trade 1 for 1. But again, lots of members of ROX up into the top lane. It looks like at this moment in time, BBQ want to push the mid lane with this Rift Herald.
Here he comes, and channeled from the void to eliminate tier 1 turrets all over the world. Fled's not going to be able to defend this turret, so they walk away with the advantage once again. Great objective play from BBQ.
Oh, they're going in on this one. Looks like the knockup does miss. They can't get Linderong off Scarl. Finally, they do. But the Rift Herald, look at how much damage it's done already. And this is what you like to see. Plays with the Rift Herald where there's just no presence from the enemy team in the lanes that can get a lot of damage done like that.
At least a tier 1 in the mid lane was taken, and that opens up the map for all sides. Now they can invade this blue buff. Their vision towards the next dragon, which is going to come up in 2 minutes, is going to be so much deeper, and it will help in setting up great equalizers or looking for angles to engage for Bless. So a great move to set them up for this dragon. We're going to take another look here.
Ghost was actually standing on a ward. Nice dodge. Totoro actually does miss the root, and the heroic entrance knocks up Ghost. They trade 1 for 1.
It's that brush of death now. The top lane, nobody seems to be aware of any vision happening in Totoro.
Oh
no! Why is he there?
Oh man, they're actually going to get a flash out of Mighty Bear. Trading flash for flash is, I suppose, the best you could get when it's 5-on-1.
But this, yeah, it is the best you can get. They're trading a kill. This will be stalling out some kills as the kill goes over with the ace in the hole for Caitlyn. However, burning down flash and a big cooldown like the cask might play a big part in this upcoming dragon. You usually want to save those cooldowns for when you can get a big objective, as taking down Zyra, a living plant, doesn't really sound like a big objective considering that there are plants all over Summoner's Rift already.
I guess the only thing that they do get is, you know, they take away some engage from the ROX Tigers, of course, one of their main engage tools, but also Totoro misses his flash root engage, but that's okay. I mean, he's gonna have his ultimate with the Zyra. Also, will have the exhaust still left over, so I think it definitely is pretty okay for BBQ, especially because no objectives were taken after that kill.
And here comes the setup away. ROX securing the red buff, making sure that Sang is going to be quite spiked for this fight as his Infinity Edge is completed. However, armor is in order for a lot of members for BBQ here, as Rumble has his Zhonya's completed. 2 Ninja Tabis have already been purchased. The vision wasn't as deep as you would have hoped to see it.
Well, here we go. Mountain Drake has spawned. The plant is going to take on the 1v1. Does lose handily.
But before any objective, you got to go for the waves first. So mid lane, priority goes towards BBQ, but Crazy will have to return to the top side if he chooses to answer the top lane turret from Kled. BBQ now choosing to commit to the dragon right away, and ROX can either fight this or engage. They're going to go for the fight.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. A couple of members do step on the traps. There's a hook onto Crazy and the play, but he is going in big. The heroic entrance knocks up Crazy here, really isolated from his team, and the flash on in with the cast. It looks like that dragon will go over to BBQ, but now they've got to escape. See how many flashes they use here. Already 2. One member is going to go down. Lee Sin can hop the wall.
And that exhaust from Key was so crucial in that fight. As soon as Rumble gets hooked, one of the main damage dealers in these early stages of the game, the fight has almost surely gone ROX's way, as they're stuck inside the pit with no real ways to get in safety, considering that only Lee Sin has an escape move in this composition. So commitment to the dragon without taking care of the lanes and getting the vision necessary to play it safely means that the ROX Tigers get 2 kills, and while they do lose that dragon as the smite went over Bless's way, the game does continue to stall out, and this just benefits them. But they are not happy with the speed of this game at all.
This is an interesting play. They know that a lot of members just went down. They burned so many summoners. So if they can force a fight here at Baron, it should go in ROX's way. And look at Galio, the 2 traps with Galio in the fronts, just zoning them out so well. The teleport from behind, though, already Mickey doing a lot of damage on the left side. He's essentially going 1v4. Key and lots of members of ROX getting super low, but Bless jumps in early and gets taken out. Crazy also getting hooked. That will be the Baron going over to ROX, and this game is immediately turned on its head.
And the zone control from the traps was just too much. This is what happens when your tanks just don't exist. Lee Sin is not capable of sustaining himself through those crit headshots, and then you have Galio, the big bully, protecting the entrances, so nobody has the audacity to try to step in and try to get something into this pit. And ROX Tigers take full advantage of the situation, and what could have been a huge throw turns out to be a huge play in their favor. However, the gold is still dead even.
Well, we'll see how many objectives they can get with this Baron. They definitely will have a lot of pressure in the mid lane already with the Baron infused minions coming down.
Oh, the Talia wave here just goes down the drain when you're dealing with empowered minions.
They gotta wait for all the members of ROX to group up if they do want to get this turret. Do have a lot of zoning and sieging power with this Caitlyn.
Nobody can step on the traps. It's imperative to clear them, as we saw what could have either been a bait or Ghost actually just trying to clear the wards to open up some position into the top side. And because of that, this composition that was all about the early game now has no windows if ROX chooses to group. There's no damage going onto Mickey, as there are no penetration items.
Yeah.
Even with penetration, look at him.
He's just standing behind the turret. He's so unbelievably tanky. Zyra doesn't do any damage to him. Neither does Lee Sin.
May I take your order, please? Damage? Sorry, we're out.
Like, okay, maybe he'll die here. No. No, he won't. Okay, maybe now he will. So many roots coming down. Will it? Can he please die? Okay, finally. We kill the Galio, thankfully. And yeah, I think he just got a little bit too overconfident.
Oh, at least the Mickey pick on the Galio pick on Mickey means that it takes him that much longer for him to die, and as such, at least it opens up the opportunity for Linderang to split push onto the Kled, get a turret, but we are nowhere near damage items onto Galio for this competition. 2 AP members, a early to mid-game damage jungler, and a carry that's based on utility. We can expect him to take even longer to die in these upcoming fights.
ROX is really pushing the issue with this Baron. They take out 3 turrets already, and an immediate rotation down into bot lane with a very strong wave, it looks like. It's like a decent wave coming that way. They can definitely push this in, and So far, BBQ hasn't really shown that they have the tools needed to deal with this push.
It's a decent wave, but the Baron turns it gnarly, and as such, they are going to be able to probably push this one as well, because you just set up the trap line, and who waves clear this? Who can defend against this turret? You have Galio that can come in with the heroic entrance. Here's 3 members. They don't have enough vision in the entrances to the red side, so they're feeling cautious about this move. They know that the game should be in their hands at this stage, so they just have to play it safe, and it should all be going their way.
I'm glad you point out how literally no one can step on these traps. They have no tank on the side of BBQ. They have no front line. Basically, they just have a whole boatload of damage with the Rumble in the top lane, the Lee Sin to make those plays. But when you get behind like this, what are you going to do to this Galio? What are you going to do against Galio, Gragas, Thresh? You know, not even just Galio.
Realistically, the only chance they have is if Bless gets an incredible engage.
Okay, well, it looks like ROX wants to engage here as Ghost does get taken out very early on. Let's see if they can actually get that kill. Finally, Linderon does. And that was definitely a pretty deep dive for the ROX Tigers, but they do convert into one more kill and a turret.
It was a super deep dive, but Caitlyn wasn't even a real part of it. She was actually tanking the tower and forced to de-aggro and take down the turret herself. So they walk away with the objective. But consider that the main DPS of this team composition wasn't really active, save for maybe 2 autos. So we'll take another look right there. Mickey getting real fancy there, going with the Justice Punch, or just charges the taunt, and I believe he flashes onto Ghost. But take a look at Caitlyn there.
Yeah,
turret. 1, 2, hey, I'm out.
Does like a little bit of damage, but as you were saying, tanks the turret basically the entire time, forced to back off. And, well, I mean, it's still worked out for the ROX Tigers. This is kind of the fun, wonky dives that we can get in a game between the two 0-3 teams.
You just wish it was a little closer for BBQ. That they could have some great play, and we were talking about what can BBQ do. It's got to be Bless singling out Sangyun and taking him out immediately. If they can remove Caitlyn right away, there's a chance. There's a fighting chance, right? There are damage items onto the lineup of BBQ. It's not like these champions can't kill anybody, but if they're given time and space without Caitlyn being there, it's really all they have going for them. However, to get a Lee Sin past Gragas, whose body slam can interrupt both your dashes, past the Thresh, who's got Lantern and again can interrupt both your dashes, on top of the Caitlyn flash, on top of the Galio.
Hope you don't get taunted meanwhile.
It's a tall order to say the least.
Knocked up. Yeah. And I feel like even if he does get Sangyun, they can try to, you know, blast him out.
And there's the Galio ultimate actually on top of it.
That's what I was going to say. The heroic entrance basically makes it so you have to get the perfect engage through all of that you mentioned.
He's thinking about it, but he steps on the trap.
You have to get Sangyun like right on top of the Zyra, and she needs to get rooted and killed immediately. That's basically their only chance here.
At least it seems like they have discussed this plan, as Bless did make an attempt but was slow on the ward hop. They're thinking about it again, but as long as Gragas and Thresh stay next to Caitlyn, don't really see it happening unless we see an insect level of when it really first came out, the speed at which you could make those Lee Sin plays. It's just so rare.
Well, Bless, he's been practicing that Lee Sin. We'll see if he can actually make it happen. And there's also, you know, it's not like BBQ's playing against SKT here, let's be real. There's also the opportunity for the Tigers to make a mistake. Like someone like Mickey, even with how tanky he is, like you said, lots of members on BBQ, once they begin to add some penetration items in, if Mickey gets a little bit too far forward, they can definitely take him out if he's, you know, going completely Rambo. And maybe from there, you make a play. Maybe not the Galio, maybe Mighty Bear on Gragas, someone like that, or Linderon charges a little bit too far forward on the Kled.
The chances now have diminished with a smart purchase from Sangyun, as he has completed that QSS. The charge is coming, but it is really far away.
Oh, he's forced to go in here. Okay, we'll dash away. And immediately, with the Baron spawning, they go on top of that. We'll see if they can zone out just as well as the last one. Oh, Bless, he tried to go in. He's going to get burst down. Almost gets taken out here. Look at all the knockups and everything used onto Mickey. He will easily just take the Lantern and get out. Has still half of his HP that can immediately turn onto the Baron. And BBQ, they are face-palming hard right now.
That was every member of BBQ hitting down Galio.
Okay, heroic entrance. Ghost getting a little bit too far forward, trying to be the hero, take away that Baron, but will just pay for it with his life. And seems quite helpless at this point.
No heroes for BBQ this time around. Unfortunately, their window has long closed. There is no sunlight coming into them this time around. So they will have to reassess their draft as the late game scaling from ROX really played into their hands because they didn't make any moves in the early stages of the game. And the first gank from Mighty Bear, you have to credit to being responsible just for slowing down BBQ's early game attempts. So a really smart item or pathing choice from Mighty Bear to make sure that the composition has an easy time laning, that Caitlyn is ensured to have a smooth and safe laning phase, and ever since then they just haven't let go.
Well, Mickey up in the front, and we do have the Weaver's Wall coming on in. It looks like BBQ wants to make an engage happen. Lots of damage coming out from Crazy on the left side. Mighty Bear getting quite low, but immediately once he backs off and Mickey steps in the front, there's just nothing that BBQ can do. They're going to lose 2 turrets from this push already.
That would have been a sick Weaver's Wall had there been an equalizer, but it was used in that Baron defense, so it wasn't up, and ROX does not panic. They're okay with taking on that 4-on-5 because Lindarang is also pushing that tier 1 into the mid lane.
Oh boy, Tempt a little bit out of position, and immediately ROX Tigers take advantage of that. Will take out a significant portion of BBQ's wave clear. It's going to be 2 inhibitors going down at nearly the same time. Lindarang kind of just playing his own PvE game today. Just pushing the side lanes.
This one's done.
GG.
You can't surrender. We rarely had seen those days in League. I kind of wish we had surrender. There's some hot debate about why would you not surrender, right? And why would you surrender? Well, the first benefit, and one of the few, is that it does interrupt teams that are based on confidence. And if they're crushing you for this long and the game continues, you might be building the morale of the team that continues to win. So if you surrender, you can see it as a disruption of that. Just a flash onto Thalia. Do we really need to see her get deleted?
Totoro flash is about 2 centimeters to the right.
But alternatively, why would you not surrender? Well, it's not a good image for your team, for your organization if you're quitters.
Especially because it's so rare. Nowadays, imagine if you just saw a random surrender, people would think like one person is like screaming in the booth or something, because that just never happens.
Yeah, and think of yourself as an owner. You invest in the team, like, all right, I'm ready to see my team do well. You don't know League of Legends too well. You just know that esports is the next hot thing, and you see your team surrender, you're not going to be too happy about that one.
Yeah. The big thing in Korea is you know, saving face, showing a good face, especially for your sponsors, for your organization. If you're surrendering, it's not very good. Another good thing for not surrendering is you have a lot of time to talk about the draft, right? If you're thinking about the actual time you're given during the draft to make those calls, it's not that much. So while you're getting pushed in, you can say, okay, what is the plan for next game's draft?
Actually, there was a game in a major tournament a while back, and it wasn't League of Legends, but the team actually chose to take the entire game that they were getting crushed in to just talk about they just sat in base. They didn't even leave the base. Let's just debate. So they were just talking about the next game, and I believe it actually worked as they bounced back and won that next match. So there is some value in that. However, you don't have your coach inside the booth, so it's hard to review exactly what happened.
Well, we're going to see ROX Tigers pushing in the final turret, final inhibitor. It will be all 3 going down. And Mickey is just untouchable at this point. They're too far ahead. He can dive 1v5 for about 10-15 seconds and probably will just lantern out at this point. Cast comes down, Tempt is too low, and Bless gets knocked from the team and gets taken out. This is going to be game number 1, going over to the ROX Tigers. A good showing for them. Not too long of a game, just about 35 minutes, and they make it happen.
And Mickey lives again. He comes to heroic entrance. He wants to make a good picture. However, not timed with the victory screen, so it's not going to be that pretty.
Always got to take something away from Mickey, don't you? So,
hey, we gave him so much.
we did. He played a very tanky Galio. That's what I'll say. So, they do take game number 1 here. The ROX Tigers do. Feeling pretty great about their chances in this series.
In a calm fashion, they were never really under threat. There were no moves being made from BBQ. They were a little overzealous with the rotations. They did end up losing that first break with some attempts into that tier 1 swap with the dual lane, forgetting that Rumble's equalizer can really eliminate all that. And looks of disappointment here from BBQ, as not really sure what happened for them this time around. Like, how did we lose so hard? You never consider the draft and the speed at which you have to play your draft. It can leave you dumbfounded when these games happen that just seemingly have no way for you to claw back in.
Lots of camera time here for Mickey. Do you feel like he played an exceptional Galio game, or do you feel like he was just doing his job?
I don't think there was anything exceptional in this game. The heroic entrance comboed with the equalizer just ends up making a Rumble into a bounce house, but everybody from BBQ is stuck inside the pit. They have no way of getting out, and with Sangin in the back, the threat of these frontline tanks with a Caitlyn protecting them and nobody to reach them just makes it so difficult to play out this composition when you don't have a lead. And they transition this one quite well into this Baron. This is the
21-minute Baron.
It's the pinnacle of the game here with Galio just zoning out everybody. He knows he's not taking any damage. They're trying to ignore him. They can't even do anything to him.
They try to go around him, but with triple Doran's ring, you're still actually doing a decent amount of damage, especially to the somewhat squishy Lee Sin and Talia. So
it's like trying to get
so annoying.
Get past a huge bouncer.
It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
He's gonna throw you out on the street.
Only money gets you there.
And here he is doing it again. I think this is the only time he actually dies.
Yeah. He's tanking 3 plants at the same time. Not a lot of people can tank 3 Zyra plants. Remember just how much damage those little plants do. He's tanking more members, then he gets rooted, then he gets cooked, then the Stranglethorns come out. He's still not dead, and just at the very end of it, he finally goes down.
Still almost lived. This was a pretty nice engage. He opened up that play onto Ghost, but at this point, ROX was still very, very far ahead.
There's a good cast there from Mighty Bear, zoning out that Gragas, and it just made it so easy considering that there is no defense. Oh, here's the.
Oh yeah, I want to see this again. He gets taunted, and Bless is like, damn. Okay.
Not a good time to be a late game Lee Sin. That was 5 members. That was 5 members attacking Galio for maybe 5 to 10 seconds.
Yeah. Still had about half health.
And they still try. He re-engages with his ultimate. It's just not enough for him.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the results. Only about 10,000 gold ahead, and you can see that BBQ had more Drakes, but it just didn't matter. Rumble had a lot of chip damage throughout the game, and you can see even Talia and the Varus are ahead of all the damage on the side of the ROX Tigers. It just didn't matter.
Not at all. And now next game we can expect BBQ to say this early game composition, this draft really just isn't for us right now. Let's just go ahead and play the game that ROX played and go with the full-on late game. And we can reverse engineer the draft and think that maybe giving away the Lee Sin was a plan to have the better late game scaling jungler and make sure that the composition just fit to their expectations.
Perhaps. So, guys, we're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we'll jump into game number 2 of the BBQ Olivers versus the ROX Tigers. LCK Summer 2017. It is the BBQ Olivers versus ROX Tigers. So far, ROX Tigers have taken game number 1. Wasn't the most entertaining game, to be honest. I felt like it was pretty set that the ROX Tigers were going to win that one after they took that Baron fight at about 21 minutes.
Yeah, it was really solidified from the early game going nobody's way, so the late game scaling benefits the ROX Tigers, and as such, Mickey, with the late game Galio, just nearly unkillable here. This is after he had tanked 5 members for a good 10 seconds, just showing why the pick is so strong right now.
I feel like the audience also acknowledged it just by their golf clap. They didn't even give like a full clap. They're just like, yeah, he played a good Galio.
We're getting enough.
He played Galio.
Just Galio every game. Gargoyle stone plate. Enough is enough. We want to see some real skill happen.
Yeah.
That does say that Galio does not take a lot of skill. Play him yourself. You will see what we're talking about.
Yeah, especially these full tank mid Galios. You have so much pressure, not just in mid, but also in other lanes, because you push in your lane and then you just move towards top just in case a dive is going to happen, and then you just totally shut that down too. It's like the anti-fun hero, man.
Exactly. It's like Shen, but even worse. Imagine Shen and Galio in the same team with Thresh at the same time. Oh, easy, easy.
Oh, no. Please no. Okay, well, there's a fan sign out there in the audience that kind of demonstrates my thoughts exactly, but maybe we'll get that shown eventually. Okay, there it is. Ban Galio. And it does get banned immediately by BBQ.
Now we have the chance of seeing some real mid lane action happen. Last time we saw some mid lane action, and it was yesterday with Faker against Septid, in which I believe at 11 minutes there was an 80 CS lead with 3 levels up at an inhibitor turret.
Yeah, Septid was like 0-4 at some points.
We've been deprived so far of some serious mid lane action. So we can expect to see it this time around. Not to the extent of yesterday, but at least it will be 2 champions that can have kill pressure on each other.
Yeah, and outside of that Galio, it just looks like standard bans so far. Nothing really too different about the Ken and Elise bans. Seems like most of the teams have kind of just figured out what is the meta, what are the champions that you ban nowadays.
Lee Sin and Zach are still available. ROX can choose not to ban one of the 2, and will be walking away with one of the best junglers. Let's hope they do that, and we're going to get ourselves a real action-packed match.
We'll see if Mighty Bear can actually perform on a pick such as Lee Sin.
I'm hoping for the Zach. I'm hoping Zach goes through.
I don't think there's any way either of these teams would let it through. And ROX is like, no, we don't want to play Zach. We're just going to ban it. Don't want to let that one through.
Will ROX take the same approach and go with the Lee Sin?
Look, there it is.
Can I buy a rooster?
Can I buy an A? For the ban Galio.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
Get the Rift Heralds. BBQ's win condition by ban Galio. I wonder if now that they've banned Galio, they have a better chance.
You know, that totally escaped me. I forgot that's how you play Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, you figured it out. There you go.
Tigers commit to the late game again, though. First picking Caitlyn, as they did in the red side, so their composition can be similar to last time, but will BBQ put all their eggs in the early game basket?
I mean, it's
they will.
Wow.
Yeah, you just got it. There you go. There you go.
I was wondering, you know, Rumble is such a tempting pick for any team, really. It has so much power up in the top lane. You can push early on. Tons of front-loaded damage with that equalizer. And they will, in fact, go for both Rumble and Lee Sin. I mean, they're good picks, but I hope they don't get pulled into a similar situation. At least this time they don't have to face the Galio.
Yeah, they don't look so insecure about their early game this time around as they go ahead and take the Lee and Rumble again. Hopefully this time around they make some bigger waves in the top set of the map. We might see a Kled ban, however. Kled, I feel, was one of the less exploitable top laners, as we saw them try to attempt a dive to the top side, but there was heroic entrance. But even without that heroic entrance, it did not look like they were going to be able to take down Linderang in the top set, but ROX recognized that the Kled was quite important, and they will take it away before it goes and that second rotation, not giving BBQ a chance to ban it away.
You're in the minds of the ROX Tigers right now, Crumbs.
Thank you.
Reading their every move.
I did have Frost Flakes this morning.
Well, there you go. Okay, Braum is going to be taken up here by BBQ. It was banned last time by the ROX Tigers in the second ban phase, so definitely a bit of a switcheroo up here.
This Braum can be paired with a Kalista. What do those signs say? Read away.
Mickey, you're my super Lukey.
What?
Machi. Yeah, I think it's from a song, like a K-pop song.
Okay. I thought that was just a cute way of saying something. But Kalista and Gragas taken away. Kalista, the one that we're talking about pairing, again, in the minds of these teams. Kalista with Braum, such a strong early game composition. You can never really count Kalista out. Her ability to return fights when you overcommit is just tremendous. But Gragas, making sure that there is no super strong late game jungler. And Ivern, odd pick to deny.
Definitely kind of weird. I don't remember seeing Mighty Bear playing much Ivern.
I'm not entirely sure. Ivern was selected in the LCK so far.
Yeah.
If it was Mighty Bear, we can't quite remember, but it is a pick that has seen some action, and it's one of the ones that falls into the category of ensuring a stronger late game comp. So whatever ROX has left will have to be a jungler that doesn't offer quite as much utility. We'll be having to take that damage route, and that makes things a little bit easier when it comes to dealing with these fights, when you don't have such a big beefy front line to prevent Lee Sin from getting some crazy plays off.
And it looks like actually they did pick Ivern one time.
That is
I think it was Mighty Bear.
Yeah, it's got to be him, otherwise it would not have been banned.
I'm just making sure. Yeah, he played one game of Ivern, but they lost, so kind of interesting. Either way, we know that he does play it.
I think we saw that one. Maybe it was against SKT, if I remember correctly. Nonetheless, the Ivern ban does make some sense. And now BBQ, they don't have the option of going with the Talia themselves. I really want to see a Cassidy come out here. It's a good matchup into Talia. You do have that late game threat, and you can assassinate these hyper carries such as Caitlyn really quickly when you combo it with an equalizer on top of it, the long range follow-up from Varus, maybe even Dragon's Rage on top of everything. The Rek'Sai, not the greatest pick right now.
Don't have too many options. I mean, it's Rek'Sai, Kha'Zix, Olaf.
It's one of the really remaining jungler that can bring some utility. So it is a physical damage. You could have gone with Kha'Zix here, which would have been a choice that many other teams would have selected. However, they do go ahead and take away the Rek'Sai. We have seen some Jarvan attempts as well, but I think that Jarvan jungle has seen much better days.
Keep that guy in the top lane,
3 seasons ago.
Yeah.
Actually 4. Make that 4 seasons ago. That's when Bengi was playing it when SKT won their first season.
Back to the day joints, man. And we do have the LeBlanc last pick here for BBQ, so we're going to see this other pick in the mid lane that doesn't see too much play in LCK Summer. I mean, you see it from time to time. It was definitely a very contested pick in spring when it was essentially broken for the majority of it.
And the itemization is one of the reasons for LeBlanc falling out of flavor. Banshee's first item is what you can expect out of Mickey, and not only will that mean that he can't get picked off with Chains of Corruption, even because he has Cleanse, but LeBlanc's combos are going to be slowed down. Lee Sin, if he can't proc the Banshees right away, is not going to be able to get an insect from the get-go. So LeBlanc will have to be making a lot of moves into other sides of the map because the itemization is just so smooth. You have a Fiendish Codex, you have the Null Magic Mantle with your Blasting one, so really easy to step into dealing with LeBlanc and not getting surprised by any crazy burst quite early on.
Yeah, Mickey looking to be the MVP once again for his team. You guys can see the lineup they got going on this time. Very interested to see how Mighty Bear will play the Rek'Sai. And once again, a whole bunch of damage coming out of the side of BBQ.
At least they have a tank now. Braum can step in front of the traps. They can clear them. You have Unbreakable to prevent it. So a bit of a better chance for BBQ this time around.
Yeah, definitely does look that way. So, guys, go out there, tell your friends that ROX versus BBQ is on, the biggest match of LCK Summer. The two animals going head-to-head. Let's jump into game number 2 right now.
I couldn't have said it better myself. The two animals in the LCK going head-to-head there with tigers versus... But you know, tigers versus chickens, is that really such a...
I mean, chickens, you know, they can fly a little bit. They can scare the tigers. I saw a post on Reddit that actually...
A chicken can scare a tiger?
Yeah, they can flap around a little bit, blow up some dust into the tiger's face.
Pocket sand them.
Yeah, sand attack, man. The most annoying attack in all of Pokemon. And
I thought Harden was the most annoying attack.
No, I'm
You're not a Harden kind of guy?
No, definitely not a Harden kind of guy. Definitely sand attack for me.
You know, I beat the entire Elite Four with only one Pokemon.
Oh yeah, that's pretty common.
Oh,
I thought
I was really special.
Level it
actually.
to level 100, your starter, and you think you're all
Hypno.
cool.
It was Hypno.
Oh, that's a good choice too.
Confusion or Hypnosis into Dream Eater.
GG. I don't know if what do they call it? Not season 1, not tier 1. You know, red and blue.
The first generation.
Yeah, first generation. There it is. I don't think it was balanced too much. I think psychic Pokemon were pretty strong.
I'm not a balanced design. I just play the game for the lulz.
For the lulz? Is that how you play League?
No, that's my livelihood. But in the meantime, Linderang getting surprised by Bless hitting level 2 and starting red side.
The flash extremely early. Very safe play from Linderang, but definitely could be in some danger here in about 3 minutes.
The invade does get scouted from that vision, but it doesn't affect Mighty Bear much as he is not needing blue buff. But they are collapsing, trying to defend this blue buff. Bizarre defend on this. Talia is on her way.
Okay, no blasting plans. Bear trap on a rope will be, severed there, but Mickey coming on up. This is a weird play. They're going to force the flash out of Crazy at the very least.
And Mighty Bear committed to that entire chase as he made his way from the red side jungle all the way to the top lane without securing any camp. So he will not even be able to answer with a blue buff steal. So in the end, I think it's a worthwhile trade for BBQ here.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, getting that Lee Sin, definitely, a provocative idea for the ROX Tigers. They're trying to go for that pick, but definitely did not work out.
However, that does split the map in the top half, so now Lee Sin does jungle in that quadrant. And with both top laners not having flash, you can expect a revisit, considering how easy it is to gank Rumble. And if Kled does get the harass that you can expect out of Rumble, once the Flame Spitter does its due diligence, and these junglers can visit the lane as they both offer a good mix of damage and crowd control.
Taking a look at the mid lane just a little bit, you can see Mickey is having a tiny bit of trouble. He's still got 2 pods, so should be quite fine, even in the CS exactly so far.
Here comes Mighty Bear. He's trying to get the Scuttle Crab. He's not feeling ambitious enough to go for the blue buff, considering that LeBlanc's collapse is really strong, and Rom, because they're pushed in, they can also collapse quickly. Thresh is going to help him out. Here's the collapse. There is a ward that Rumble can teleport to.
Oh, Linderang is towards mid lane too, trying to make something happen. Getting close enough. See who can secure this blue buff. It will reset. And Bless ward hopping forward. Key is going to put an end to that with the Flay back. So no blue buff steal there for the ROX Tigers.
And so they defend the ward, or the blue buff. Not the greatest buff to fight around over, but it does ensure that Bless does maintain a bit of an advantage here, as he does quickly hit level 4 and has the blue buff to help him jungle a little bit faster with the energy regeneration. And you're saying how we don't get good dragons. That's a fire dragon. That's an Inferno, my bad.
Yeah.
I was speaking silent words.
Yeah. scared me a little bit.
But the Infernal means that the two teams that are playing to the bottom side with Caitlyn and Thresh pushing in 24/7 with the kill pressure post level 6 of BBQ means that we can have some serious fighting going on, as Rumble is one of the guys that always wants to fight around the pit. So vision in that area will be imperative. LeBlanc and Lee Sin have to pair it up together, go with the buddy system, get some deep vision, and that means that once they secure that, a good equalizer can convert into that first Infernal. When you're dealing with a composition with 4 guys that benefit from it tremendously, or they benefit from it quite well, considering that they're all going to be building damage, it's an objective that you expect these teams to give their life for.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see some plays eventually, especially once level 6 is hit. Both of these teams. So far, the early games of both Game 1 and Game 2 have been kind of more laid back. We had some good plays in this one, at least.
It's a bit of a lullaby here in this early game. At least the flashes were burned, and Les does try to visit the top side, but without his Dragon's Rage up, chances of securing a kill are low.
Okay, we do have Mighty Bear waiting in the wings now. See if we can get that death sentence. It will get the Brawl. Knock up here with the Ignite, trying to jump away. That could be first blood. Going over to Songyun. Nice pickup for him early on in this game.
Even though the traps miss, they are able to secure the kills onto Totoro, and that's first blood going to the Caitlyn. So a great read once again from ROX, playing to their team composition. They understand that, okay, we first pick our Caitlyn, let's make sure that we ensure that the pick that we're banking on succeeds. And as such, they're doing a fine job, just like they did Game 1. Mighty Bear commits his flash, commits some of his route to the bottom side, and this man has carried before. Last time around, we saw him against the Freaks. Oh, my bad. It was against KT, the ROX Tigers, where they're making really good moves with the Kalista on Sangyu. So they have put emphasis on him to carry before, and he has delivered, and we can expect him to do it again with the lead that he's received 2 games in a row.
Good dodge there from Linderong. It seems like he just barely got his flash up in time once again to get away from that dash, or from that gank, rather. I'm not sure about the similarity between those two.
Here's another rotation from ROX, trying to swap out to the turret. However, BBQ does read it. And I believe this was the move that ROX were making against KT in their match that really caught KT off guard 3 games in a row, yielding them a first brick. They did miscalculate against the Rumble that last time around, and this time BBQ does read it and respond with their own dual lane, but they just respond once again and recall themselves. So they don't want to commit to this 2v2. They really want to get some advantages into this laning phase. And a bit curious. I can understand it, considering that they have burned both their flashes and don't want to open themselves up to getting 5-man gank with the double teleports. But they do have that BS sword advantage, and nope, they just go, why would they base if they're going right back? All right.
Lots of indecision here. Some hesitation, if you will, from the side of the ROX Tigers. Uh-oh.
Blast cone.
Tempt actually showed himself a little bit too early. I think they were going to take that blast cone over the wall.
Here's the Rumble TP.
Okay, a huge fight breaking out now as Mighty Bear is going to be blown up in the back line. Tempt able to land those chains, but Linderong will be forced to dash away.
Okay, this overcommitment for ROX to go for these swaps is costing them now, because they lost a guy this time around. Last game they did lose that first brick, so a bit of tunnel vision onto the game plan that did work in the previous game, but BBQ has done the research and they have adapted well from what happened in Game 1. So we'll take another look right there. They do get opened up with the ward from Temp, trying to get that 2 chains onto Mighty Bear. At least he gets a heal out. But the 2 teleports come out, and Rumble is always going to be more impactful when it comes to these early game fights. The equalizer gets laid down, starts roasting the rest of these ROX.
You see Mighty Bear flash into 4 members. That was a little bit risky. And, well, it seems like the rotation is working out for now, as there's no pressure in the bot lane for BBQ, and lots of damage being done to this top turret by the ROX Tigers.
Mickey's committing. They're going to 4-man this, and surely they're going to be able to get it, as the response from BBQ is a bit too slow. There it goes.
Yeah, nice pickup for them. Really no response from BBQ. They were just kind of hanging around, not able to collapse fast enough.
And in this situation, what BBQ needs to be doing is just ignoring the move. Understand that they have lost that objective and find something else. But you saw Temp rotate from middle straight to the top side, and not only was he unable to push out the mid lane and get some sort of CS advantage, he didn't participate in defending that turret as he was too late. And when you're playing this reactively, it makes the moves that ROX are making, which are not the cleanest, they make them look good because it forces the enemy team to respond and not get anything in return, whereas they should just be ignoring the move and try to get something themselves, maybe try to go for a dive onto the bottom side, secure a dragon instead, but as a result, they do lose that first brick, and now we're sitting at a bit of 1,000 gold lead up for the ROX Tigers, which is exactly where they want to be, considering that once again, their late game scaling with Caitlyn is going to be so difficult to fight when only Braum can step on traps, and even he's going to hit a point where those are going to be too dangerous to trigger.
And now you might have a bit of a trade of objectives as Linder, or rather ROX, decides to go onto the Rift Herald, whereas immediately BBQ goes for the Infernal Drake. It seems like that was their idea from before, so ROX will get some, early game pressure. Maybe they can take out that mid tier 1, which would be very nice, but still the Infernal Drake will go over to BBQ.
You always want to look for the mid lane turret with this objective, and they are in position to do so as the dual lane is there. He channels it from the brush, but nobody's here from BBQ to answer right away for the wave clear, so they're going to be looking for a fight.
They want to take a fight.
Yeah.
Oh man, the Sonic Wave, the chains will get him, but again, it's Rek'Sai. He can just kind of burrow away, and at least they do zone him out from the Rift Heralds, but they do have to back off.
They have to respect the fact that they're in a position where if they were to lose that fight, it would be a disaster. And Kled wasn't ready to respond. He had just based and not in an angle to go for a charge coming from the jungle.
Looks like ROX still committing to pushing the mid lane, but against that Varus.
And that Herald use was suboptimal. But then again, I think that's what we can expect out of Heralds this time around. Any good use of Herald we can severely praise as, wow, that was great. Finally, the objective is being used to its fullest potential. It's fulfilling its destiny, although most times it just dies at the hands of a turret and a couple of auto attacks from no net gain.
I mean, it did a little bit of damage, but so far I'm liking the Infernal Drake take BBQ a little bit better. Nice dodge there from Temp. Actually will help to clean up the wave too.
Rek'Sai is gesturing to the bottom side of the map, and Talia is as well. But Lee Sin's nowhere to be found. He gets spotted out in the river, and Lantern does get used, but this is fine with BBQ so far. Bless commits. Oh, they're going hard for this one.
Oh, nice knock up there, and immediately igniting Bless to try to say, okay, get the hell out of here. And with that rotation, I mean, LeBlanc was in the bot lane, and finally the Rift Herald seems to pay off as Mickey gets a chance here to take out this mid-tier 1.
Just such a forced attempt. That's what we saw last time around. It was the BBQ going for, actually it was the ROX Tigers sitting in the brush, forcing that objective that was capitalized so beautifully from BBQ, and this time around they commit a teleport. They themselves are the ones pulling the trigger when the time just isn't right, and they lose out on that teleport. They lose out on pressure and end up giving that tier 1 turret for absolutely free, and that's just the last thing you want to be doing. The wards need to be better placed, so bit of a oversight in vision for BBQ that's preventing them from making the moves that are necessary to stall out this game.
Kind of just seems like they're grasping at straws here. I mean, they had a very rough time in game 1, and you were talking a little bit about morale in that game. Well, they had to endure essentially knowing they were going to lose the game for about 15 minutes and then eventually lose. And now they're really trying to get ahead with some of their picks. They pick up that LeBlanc last. They're trying to, pick off the Rek'Sai if he gets a little bit too far forward. But good responses so far out of ROX means that, again, BBQ just kind of making some desperate plays here.
And that's one of the things that we praise ROX for in their series against KT, where they're able to keep up macro-wise. Granted, KT wasn't looking the sharpest that we expect the team to look, but there were semblances of understanding the game well with the rotations that they were making around turrets, with their ability to go for Barons that were seemingly a little too risky, but they understood their limits well and were able to make it work.
Trading here in the mid lane, Mickey getting a little bit frisky, loses Banshee's Veil and is forced to cleanse the stun there from LeBlanc. Got a nice little push happening up here in the top lane from BBQ. There was no response out of ROX Tigers.
There could be a teleport coming through here, though. Oh, that well. It's a monument.
Coming up a little bit short. Poor guy.
There was a threat of the teleport from Linderang, so they have to back off. And ROX very carefully recognized that if they were to commit for that tier 2 trade again, then Crazy would have just equalized the wave, and they would have lost out on that tier 2. So they back away after the tier 1 trade, and they're happy to just take over the lane, protect that tier 2, push it all the way to the top side, and start setting a vision around the top side of the map.
I like how Tempt is handling that Banshee's Veil so far. He's just showing up, queuing the Talia and backing off, and then opening up another opportunity to go onto the Talia, especially without her cleanse.
Yeah. You know what stat I want to look for that I actually think would be putting Key and Sangyun at the top of the table is how many times they're recalling the game. It looks like they're just in base more than anyone else.
They just can't seem to make up their minds. Do they want to go top? Do they want to go bottom?
That's the ultimate mind game. How can you know what your opponent is doing when seemingly even themselves don't know what they're doing?
That's true. Sometimes you got to do that in lots of different games, actually. Not just League of Legends. And uh-oh, Crazy. What are you doing up there in the brush all by yourself?
But Temp blew his teleport, so he's going to try to salvage this, but doesn't account for the 3-man. Oh, that actually does.
Oh boy, look at Temp going in. Not able to pick up the kill, actually going back to try to help out Crazy, and it will not pay off.
The minion just saves Mickey's life. He flashes in, tries to commit the kill with the chain, but the minion, brother minion there, saves Mickey's life, and BBQ, while they do lose that member and the teleport, are in a position to rotate to the mid-tier 1, so they make the best out of a worse situation, but here comes the teleport.
Okay, teleport from behind. Linderong, let's see if he can land that. It will be onto Totoro. Big knockouts here, Chain of Corruption. It will not matter as the ROX Tigers do pick up another kill and deny the kill.
Pings
on the
go
mid-tier
onto
1.
that tier 2. Now the tiny little scratches that they've done with some waves before might convert into a turret here. Here's LeBlanc.
Here's LeBlanc trying to come in, and actually does chunk Sangyun pretty well, but can't do it all alone. There's no equalizer. Bless, he hasn't really caught anyone in this series on the Lee Sin. And there you have it. So let's take a look at this replay.
So Crazy does his best stalling tactic here. He's going to lay down the equalizer, sits on top of it, trying to cook the members with his Zanya's on. So great mechanics there, but Tempt here. The flash onto the minion. Oh! No, that would have been the kill, and that's a heartbreaker.
Poor LeBlanc, man.
Maybe it's time to decommission this pick. There's a reason why it hasn't seen much play, even on a global scale. Maybe picked a handful of times, and maybe even picked more in the Challenger Series over in North America than anywhere else. So maybe a Kassadin. Why not just the Kassadin? We've seen it before.
I mean, the Kassadin, in theory, and in solo queue, it's been seeing a lot of success. No doubt these teams have been scrimming with it and playing with it to some amount of success. To see it picked the amount of times we have. But so far, it doesn't have the best win rate in LCK. I think teams are getting a little bit... Okay, hold that thought. Big play on a Mickey does not work out as Bless kind of just goes absent. And Totoro and Ghost totally caught out. We'll see if they can actually convert onto a kill. The equalizer doesn't hit Linderong at all. Crazy is going to Zonya's way early, actually.
So disjointed from BBQ. Not really sure what they're thinking there. The kick with no follow-up. Meanwhile, Ghost and Totoro can't take on the 2v2 of the mid laner and top laner, obviously. But ROX's duo lane just doesn't care. They still have their mind set on the objective, and This Caitlyn is not a marksman. She's a demolitions expert, as her entire job has just been to take down turrets. And we'll take another look here.
Look at this play.
Bless commits for a flash kick.
Baby.
But where's the follow-up? There's no it literally isolates the two members to take on the two strongest members from ROX.
It kicks Mickey into Ghost and Totoro. Then the equalizer doesn't miss. Crazy he Zonias before committing to the kill onto Mickey. I mean, nothing is going right for this team. Absolutely nothing.
At least they'll have chicken when they get home.
At least they've got a pretty good sponsor. That's something we can all agree on.
Food always makes me happy, so I'd imagine it works the same for every person.
Yeah, I would imagine. Food also makes me happy when I'm hungry.
Oh, we did see ROX trying to go for another one of those 20-minute Baron attempts. This time around, they were too low, and BBQ does call it out. But it seems like this game is reaching the same point that we had last time around. While the compositions are different and there is enough damage on the BBQ lineup to kill some of the members of ROX, who's going to lane against Kled? That's a 2-0-2 Kled against a 0-1-0 Rumble.
Well, Temp's going in, looking for the pick. Chain of Corruptions actually does land. Kind of looks funky there, but either way, they do pick up that kill. That's a nice pick there onto Mickey.
Great pick onto Mickey, and they're going to have to be patient if they want to have a chance in this game. Going for the Baron would be a risky move, so they just clear out the vision. Smart move by them, making sure that they commit for the tier 1. Taking on the tier 1 is more important before they start thinking about the big purple worm.
And you can see kind of Mickey, he wasn't too far up in the lane, but you know, sometimes with some of these players, they just seem to get caught out a little bit more often than other players. I mean, you think about Hachani, comeback, right? You think about Mickey also, even Ian as well from MVP.
You just went down your list of flame.
List of what?
The list of flame.
List of flame.
Yeah, the flame list.
List of flame blame. Yeah, pretty much. But you were talking about that Galio, right? How it's like actually good for Mickey because even if he does get caught, he can't really die.
Well, that's actually really similar to the meta where Ezreal was in play, where teams would pick Ezreal really early on, even if it didn't make a lot of sense because their AD carries would be feeding a lot. So then you just pick them the champion that was the hardest to kill because at the time you could build Frozen Fist on it, making him tankier than any other AD, as well as having the arcane shift. So a similar attempt here with the Galleon to Mickey, but Ghost will be getting caught out by Mickey in a 3-on-1.
Really nice play there from Mickey. I mean, well, hold that thought. We're going to have more of a fight as dashing in on the Totoro. Nice knock up, and Mickey does get a little bit low. Tempt, though, not enough damage. Is forced to hop back. Mickey does survive with this flash, and again, he can smell it. He can smell Ghost up in the top lane all alone. He's like, that's a kill for me. And he puts a wall through the entirety of the BBQ team, just ignores them all, and catches Ghost alone up in the top lane. That's what he's good for. And oh boy, BBQ getting out of position once again. 3-on-5, not gonna work out. Make that a 2-on-5 now as ROX make their moves towards Baron.
Now the jungler is dead and there is no equalizer, so staying in the pit and making the decision of committing to the Baron or turning is going to be that much easier. BBQ doesn't even give it a chance. They decide to ignore the Baron and look for greener pastures as Rumble is warding the red side jungle, and unfortunately he's not going to be able to find that red buff right now. Oh, it just spawned in his face. It was 1 minute away, so the trade goes Baron and a kill for red buff. On to the Rumble. Rumble in
red
the jungle.
Buff Rumble. Hey, at least it does give health regeneration. Did you know that, Crumbs?
Yeah, and when he gets his overheat, his passive will now deal that much more damage as it is more effective on melee champions.
Like, look at this play. He just ignores everyone else. He's like, no, I'm going for Ghost.
So there's no way anybody can follow up with the wall now that Linderang is in the mix. When it's this line formation on the fights, it becomes nearly impossible for BBQ to take anybody out. Between LeBlanc and Lee Sin, two champions that ideally want to be flanking all the time, being relegated to look at the opponent straight in the eye and say, we're going to go in straight at you, it makes it so much harder for them to pull off their win condition in the fights. And as such, they have lost most of the fights in game 1 and in game 2.
Oh, he's going to land that chain onto Mickey. The cleanse comes out. Everything is being used here for Mickey. Somehow, someway, BBQ still does get that dragon, and now Mickey, he wants revenge, and he will get it here on Tempt. So they do trade the Mountain Drake for the kill on Tempt.
And ROX is now thinking about how can this punish this man down. LeBlanc doesn't have teleport. She's going to be dead for 34 seconds, so they have their sight sets on the tier 2, which surely will go down as BBQ can't defend this in the 4-man unit, but can they push for more? Thinking about an inhibitor turret would be the next logical step, considering a 7,000 gold lead and a Caitlyn that now can't even get caught. Because she has a QSS, she has that lantern. Oh, just such a nightmare to deal with when the Caitlyn gets so strong.
We were talking about that early draft focus. The Caitlyn has been doing work for them so far. 2-0 and 3 in this game. Chain of Corruption does land, but there's the QSS. Songyun will get out alive. And they can continue their push here with the Baron buff.
Easy peasy, turret's at half HP. You have the little minion Trebuchet attacking from the far.
Oh, Tempt. Oh, Tempt. So tempting, isn't it?
Such a provocative cannon minion there saying,
oh, yeah,
dare to kill me, but it's taking the turret one little purple shot at a time. And there's no way for them to answer this. Are they going to commit spells to this or commit spells for the fight between Lee Sin and Varus, whose abilities are so crucial for taking down these battles? Oh, it goes wide.
The way these games have been going against the other 0-3 team, I'd be feeling pretty insecure about my chances in LCK as Team BBQ. They're going to have to really turn it around in the second half.
They're going to really have to heat things up.
They just have to fry the game, you know what I mean? That's their motto. Hasn't been working so far.
Here's LeBlanc, but she just can't commit to trading her combo into Caitlyn, where you trade one spell for an auto attack against a crit champion. Not worth it.
Oh, he's going deep. He wants that kill onto Bless, and now Mighty Bear left alone. Oh, he gets out with the lantern. Equalizer gets the kill. Okay. Finally, they're able to heat up something, fry up, cook up some food here for their team. It's not going to matter, though.
But they burned so many cooldowns, and now they don't have any way to answer back this 4-man unit. They have to heal up at the fountain, so they will lose that inhibitor. And now that they're stuck in the 2-inhibitor situation, it is really difficult to get out of the situation.
Nice play there from Linderon. It's getting a little bit dicey after that second inhibitor, but able to charge away, avoid that CC as well from the LeBlanc.
The movement speed just really helping out the entire team there. Good move of getting out of the base. A lot of the times you'll see the carries, or the tanks, which are faster, lead first, but wait for the carries. So the hook hits Lee Sin as they protect Rumble. The 3-man kick, though, pretty good. However, Songyun had procced his Peacemaker before the kick hit, so he goes through and takes him out.
This looks a lot like game number 1, actually. You know, all the dragons going to the side of BBQ, the early Baron attempts from the Tigers, taking out the 2 inhibitors and pushing that final lane with seemingly no hope for the Roosters.
Well, it comes to attention now about the dragons versus turrets war, and dragons are the scaling objective. If you don't have the gold and items to make your dragons worth it, then dragon was just never the right objective to go for, whereas ROX prioritize the turrets, prioritize vision no matter what the dragons are, and with the gold lead that they're able to get, their itemizations and levels are infinitely more valuable than having extra region or a percentage of AP and AD when you just don't even have that much.
Nice equalizer up there in the top left onto both Key and Songyun. But again, Tigers are pretty far ahead, about 10,000 gold, in fact, at this point, so they easily can heal up all that damage out of the Rumble, and he won't have that equalizer in the future. clear out some of these waves.
All they need here is patience. Lay down the trap, chip away at the tower, but they are not patient at all. They go for the dive.
Yep, they're going for it. They're going to take out Ghost here in the back. Mighty Bear almost going down. Totoro will also meet his doom. Lots of flashes, lots of flashy plays as well out of the ROX Tigers. As you said, not being patient. Sangyu trying to show off a little bit here. Once that kill, we'll pick up another one. That's going to be a double going over to Sangyun, and it looks like a double kill for the ROX Tigers as well, as they look to take their second game and take the 2-0 victory quite fast, actually, over the BBQ Olivers.
And the promising victory from them, getting out of that hole of 0-3, really making BBQ look real bad in this series. They did show some windows of exploitation in their duo lane rotations. However, a solid victory for them and some good macro play from this team that is hopeful for their next matches.
Yeah, they finally did it, as you were saying. A lot of their matches were 1-2. They were getting close. They were taking games, but finally, they should feel good about this 2-0 over BBQ, because call a spade, BBQ, not the strongest team here. Able to quickly sweep them under the rug with a 2-0 victory will definitely instill some confidence.
Was there even anything to sweep under the rug at this point? It didn't really seem like BBQ were even playing the same game. Almost all their attempts were just disjointed, non-coordinated. Just go down the list of adjectives for that. And I think the real epitome of it was in that dive in the bottom lane where Lee Sin kicks Linderang closer to the duo lane that gets 2v2'd by the two solo laners, which are obviously higher level than the duo lane. So looks of concern on the side of BBQ, and for good reason.
Crazy. Seems like he's got a lot to say about that series. I feel like his Rumble was okay. It was decent. You know, he wasn't really getting caught. He had some pretty good equalizers, but the rest of his team kind of letting him down.
It's always hard to be a top laner when you're sitting there, you're like, hey, I'm getting a CS lead. I'm doing good. Guys, I can TP if you need it. It's like, don't TP. We're dead already. don't worry about it, man. You did good
Stay
job.
up in top lane and keep your 60 CS lead. It doesn't matter. Poor guy. But either way, let's take a look at some of these replays.
This is that first attempt that actually went BBQ's way. With the teleport from Crazy, you're mentioning that he had a pretty decent game. He did what he could. An equalizer, and here, once again, doing what he can, stalling out, hoping that his team can back him up, but Temp just 1 minion away from at least trading 1-for-1.
So painful. Crazy Dice here, of course. Temp's not wanting to stick around, and getting caught in the mid lane like this was not too good as well.
And this was them responding to a play that ROX previously made. They're trying to say, maybe we can get the tier 2, and this is what I'm talking about. Here comes Bless.
This is the anti-highlight for BBQ.
He's like, oh, wait, you're telling me I can just turn? Oh, all right, I'll turn.
The late TP2 just adds insult to injury. It's like, And here the Zonias, where it's like, oh, I can just go forward and maybe kill Mickey.
It's like the Cirque du Soleil. Watch me fly around, and why? Just because I can.
ROX did a good job of really capitalizing on the mistakes of BBQ. Really loved the wall play there from Mickey. Good lantern there from Mickey to give him just enough health to survive that so he can flash away from Tempt. Going to the results, not even a single Drake taken this time by the ROX Tigers.
It's back to the drawing board for BBQ. The draft was questionable considering the play that committed to an early game tactic that failed miserably in game 1 and met the same fate in game 2.
So we will be hearing from our MVP soon enough. Doesn't have to be the MVP here, but sometimes it is. And add a little bit of spoiler. Mickey was the MVP in game number 1. But let's throw that over to the interview right now.
Hi, this is Jason, your translator, and we have Mickey for the interview. So it's your first victory for the season. How you feel about it? So I felt we should really never lose this match, so we were really happy to win. And it had kind of relief. and we're trying to work better to get higher ranks. You pick Galio and get MVP points for playing it, but you're actually the one who made like offensive champions. So what made you pick Galio? I have confidence that I can use Galio as a really offensive champion, and also I wasn't really thinking of using Galio as mid lane. I was rather thinking of playing Zed, but actually the playing Galio was the plan B, but it worked out as playing Galio, so I think I did pretty well. So it was not my own decision, but it was Zed or Galio, but they thought Zed was better, our teammates, so yeah, I turned out playing Galio. Can you guess the second MVP for the match 2? To be honest, we didn't really talk about it in the gaming booth, but I think it's me. So you're right, you're the MVP for 2 times in a row. He said he was really actually expecting it. Yeah, I think he could lead the whole game. He made small team fights by himself, so that's how he win the game. You're coughing quite a lot. Are you like nervous? It's just I think I have a slight cold, so I better be going to see the doctor. In the second game, you were in the blue bands, but you kind of banned Zach. So why was that? And he said he's kind of curious because they're thinking of using Zach's jungle, but they're kind of like confused, concentrating on the red side bans, so they kind of missed it and made a Zach ban. But as a result, we won the match, so they don't really care much. What was the play of the game moment? The whole moment when I was like taking all the damage as a Galio. So next game is versus Longzhu, so you better be preparing a lot. Is there any plans? First of all, we should perform as well as we did today. And if we can, I'm kind of confident that we can have a really good fight versus Longzhu. And last message for your fans. Thank you for cheering for us, even though we were losing the whole games. And from today, we're gonna make it to straight wins, so we really appreciate your love and support. Thank you. And this is the end of the interview. Thank you.
So there you have it. Hearing from Mickey, not just words. I hope he does go see the doctor.
Not just words.
Kind of scared me there a little bit, but yeah, showing his passion, I suppose. And finally, as he was saying, they've taken a lot of losses, and finally they're able to take a win. They're saying, please fans, don't leave us. Please still love us, and hopefully they can take that win against Longzhu, especially after Jinair took the 2-1 victory over Longzhu. It's definitely possible.
Jinair did look really good, though. And it was funny to hear from Mickey saying how he wanted to play Zed, but coach is like, you play Galio.
Yeah, play Galio, man. You're stuck. So there you have it. ROX Tigers, they do move up to 8th place, actually, ahead of Ever 8. Especially after Ever 8 got bopped yesterday by SKT. It was not close. And BBQ down at 0-4, the lone 10th place team.
It's still early in the season, right? We still have plenty of games. The first half is still underway. But signs of struggle for BBQ, to say the least, as drafting, team composition, synergy, the list goes on, and it probably goes even deeper than we can imagine. It's an iceberg of issues that we hope that they can start melting away come these later games.
Yeah, for sure. And we're getting almost every team there in the standings up to 4 games played. So it'll be interesting to take a look at the standings after the second series of the night, which will be KT versus MVP. Unfortunately, because the series did end in a jiffy, we are going to have to take a really long break. I think it's going to be about an hour and 20 minutes. So me and Crumbs are going to sit on the couch and do nothing.
No, I'm totally getting food. Getting myself some Japanese squid balls.
Well, there you go. So anyway, guys, we're going to go to that break. We'll meet you at about 8 p.m. KST. See you then.
traveling the mountains just to find the loudest tears. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest tears. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I'm in a tropic club.
You said the same thing I told ya. My eyes are clear, there's no secret. I wanna know, was it serious? I need it clear, my best friend. Isn't easy to show with the weight of the world on my shoulders. I know I told you, it's the best light I know. It's not a game that I am playing, my love. Trying to hold my feeling, I don't know what's right. I'll find the best way, I think that I might. I know you made it in the nick of time. I'm calling on you. I think we're made of something. mysterious. I think I found my own way. Isn't easy to show with the weight of the world on my shoulders. I know I told you it's the best light I know. It's not a game that I am playing. My love, trying to hold my feeling. I don't know what's right. I'll find the best way. I think that I might. I know you made it in the nick of time. I'm calling on you. I think we're made of something. I think we're made of something.
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, the things that fade away. Yet we keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. Spirit of things, we lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, the things that fade away. Yet we keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Oh yeah. Take you like a pill. Get my fix.
Up here, we're free, bound only by frozen memories. Lost, it's fine, racing on these broken dreams tonight. calling forever, for every passing moment left. I need an angel to save me from my fate. I need an angel to light the sky along the way. I need an angel, angel. I need an I need an angel to save me from myself, holding my savior, to keep my heart upon a shelf. Do you remember the things we said, the things we felt? Calling forever, for every passing moment left. I need an angel. I need an angel to save me from my fate. I need an angel to light the sky along the way. I need an angel. I need an
Here we go.
Invincible.
There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits.
finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. We got millions of reasons to let it all go. Hope we're not too broken. I know I'm not always strong. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again.
Crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. We fell out of love like shooting stars, came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. We fell out of love like shooting stars, came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die.
A man who on every occasion has given the best that he has.
I'll be right beside you.
shifting winds, tossing us around again. Hold tight, get ready to begin, and just levitate. No control over where we go, but we don't care to know. Ignorance is bliss. Your tears are gone, and they drifted back from where they came, and they will not be missed. Look up and feel the shifting winds, tossing us around again. Hold tight, get ready to begin, and just levitate. I just want you. The words I never said but wanted to. I'm losing you. I'm losing you. Oh, but these thoughts won't let you go. They keep running back to you.
Welcome back, everybody, to more LCK Summer 2017 here at the Nexon Arena. We got a great view of downtown Gangnam as we jump into KT versus MVP for our second matchup of the night.
It's going to be a little bit more hype Gangnam style, as we already know. KT looking for redemption. Seen some woes in their last matchup against the ROX Tigers. They're able to come out 2-1, but just barely scraping by. And this team has been quite vocal about their disappointment in their start. It has actually gotten to them, and Mara has stated that they were feeling depressed after their losses, a team that holds themselves to such high expectations. And the rest of the world, no matter how many times they lose, the expectations will remain the same due to the pedigree that all members on this lineup have.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be cool to see if KT can hold it together for this matchup against MVP, because MVP, they got 4th place last split in spring, and they've been doing quite well. It's just their macro is sometimes all over the place, and they're a little bit volatile in terms of which kind of MVP does show up, channeling a little bit of a Freaka in their games, but they definitely still are a strong team, and KT no doubt will take this very seriously.
Well, their last matchup was against Samsung, in which they got 2-0'd, unfortunately. However, the early game was going a little bit their way. It wasn't as one-sided as a 2-0 makes it out to be, but some experimentation coming out from them. The Jarvan in the jungle really, they're trying to pioneer the pick. They're trying to really make it work. Unfortunately, it seems like nobody else is really even trying it. They say, you know what, Jarvan is a better pick in the top lane, and I think that us here agree as well.
Yeah, seems to be the case. We'll have to see a really banging game from Beyond. He's got to come out here and really show us what Jarvan has from the jungle, but so far it's been kind of lackluster. Definitely leaves more to be desired. So we'll see if they decide to go with that pick here as we jump into pick and ban for game number 1.
First ban from KT is going to be that Varus. Maha, probably his favorite champion being the Varus, so understandably so. And they will respond with the Zac. So standard bans all around. I think that we can expect to see more Varus bans than not. And finally, we're going to see the Sejuani being taken away from ADD. The guy used to love playing the Scion, and in a way that he doesn't have an issue with playing one champion for the entire split. And it seems like from the very get-go in their opening match against Jin Air, the 3 Sejuani games in a row, he's designated Sejuani to be his new Scion, even though Scion did receive some minor buffs. So the pick, even though it hasn't seen that much success, it's enough for KT to say, we don't want you to have your comfort pick, let's get you out of that zone and force you into something a little bit less common for you.
Yeah, definitely do like the ban. Oliana. I don't get the joke, but it's a play on Ian's name and Oriana's name, because it's, if you do it correctly, you can make it so that Ian and Oriana sound somewhat similar, and or is like the sound that they make when something really crazy happens. So
oh, Ian, like wow,
like
Ian.
Oriana.
Well,
Ian.
Unfortunately, Iana is not going to have
really trying to force that one.
He's up against Galio, most likely. Pick against, just give it to Pawn. And we're going to get one of those matchups again where you don't have any kill pressure into the mid lane. But
that doesn't look anything like Score.
At least. Hey, art, it's art, in the eye of the beholder.
That's true.
It's in the eye of the beholder.
That's like the anime version of Score.
Who doesn't want to have their own little anime version?
Somebody's got an anime version of Score in their house, no doubt. But we'll see what he wants to play here, as we do see the Jarvan is picked up, as well as the Karma on the side of MVP.
Double flex picks for MVP so far, so KT's going to be having to draft conservative, and they do so by locking away the Caitlyn, and it was an expected pick, as the Caitlyn makes a lot of sense with the protect, the AD carry composition, and they're going with a very standard flavor this time around, something that we hadn't seen too much before. And we saw perhaps a hover that could have been the Oriana towards Pawn, but they're starting things off safe and sound with Galio in the mid lane and Rumble in the top lane, 2 pushing lanes, and Lee Sin still available. So early game power can definitely be drafted by KT, and they will be waiting on that second rotation before they decide what they want to complete their draft with.
Tristana, nah. We got Xayah left open, and that will be picked up here. So Maha will be playing on that Xayah. And of course, the Rumble for Smeb. He's been having not Smeb-like games recently in Summer, and putting him on a nice comfort pick like Rumble is going to be quite nice. Any top-level top laner can play a pretty good Rumble at this point, so definitely like the choice.
It's also a deny pick. The Cataclysm Oven, where you have the Equalizer inside the Cataclysm, is a combo that MVP tried against Samsung. It failed in their loss. However, it's a tried and tested combination. It's been working for years, and they want to make sure that they don't have it, because when you're dealing with protecting a carry like Caitlyn, that long-range CC and engage can really destroy your AD carry out of seemingly nowhere. So an understandable takeaway from KT, and it's a comfort pick for Smeb as well.
Taking a look at some bans here now. More protection for Caitlyn taken away in the Lulu ban. We do see Talia bound out. Don't want to see Ian on that one. And taking away Mata's Zyra in the bot lane.
Another big protect pick, as Zyra can always lay down her Stranglethorns, and anybody standing in it will be in relative safety, as diving into that is difficult to say the least. Orianna being the final ban, so it can be a Galio support. We have seen that before. Comeback and a couple of other supports have tried their hand at it with mixed success, but it makes us think that it's going to be that Galio in the mid lane, because these are two matchups that Galio can not really pressure too well. You do have the wave clear from these two picks being easy to match, the Galio pushing power, nullifying the pressure to the mid lane, and that is going to be the Graves into the jungle. So at least we don't get to see the Jarvan, we get to see the Jarvan, or we don't get to see the Jarvan jungle, it's Jarvan into the top side. And Cataclysm with Graves is still a strong combination. You can get inside there, proc that end of the line, and deal huge amounts of DPS to anybody caught in that wink.
Yeah, and not even just Graves, but even the Featherstorm from the Xayah, some AoE damage out of Karma. Definitely you can see some semblance of a decent composition come together for MVP here.
Will they go with a flex pick? Yes, it will be. It's going to be that Karma in the mid lane, and I like this draft quite a bit. It synergizes well with the double marksman, as it lets you get them into safety as well as engaging forward, and the Braum pick offers a lot of safety when you're dealing with the Rumble Equalizer, the Galio that will be trying to enter with his heroic entrance. As long as you have your magical journey up and ready, you can escape any danger that KT throws your way. So a smart draft from MVP, and KT will have to be playing their A game if they want to close this one out.
Yeah. Also like the Tempered Fate, you know, if you want to set up some big combos, definitely does allow you to catch out some members, especially some of the squishy members of KT, such as Caitlyn. If you can get Caitlyn, that would be awesome, but not even only just Caitlyn, but Kha'Zix and even Rumble up on top would be nice catches there.
There's a ton of damage on the side of MVP, and the cool interaction is that you can always just stun with the Cataclysm on Bard, and that always makes for some fun, fun CCs that KT might not be expecting.
Fun.
What other way is there to live?
So, nice compositions in here. I think this will definitely be a very competitive game. I wouldn't expect either team to just roll over and die, but definitely have to jump into the game first to figure it out.
We're going to have to expect Score to be playing to the top side. Two pushing lanes, both Rumble and Galio have a big advantage. However, Ian in the mid lane can answer back. Karma's pushing power is rivaling the of Galio, and the pick will also be taking that teleport, so she can match that global presence that Galio brings to the table. And I'm curious to see how he places out, and especially the build. We can probably see a Athene's Holy Grail early on, but as for the rest, who knows?
Yeah, so there you have it, guys. One last look at the compositions, and we're going to jump straight into KT versus MVP game number 1. Louder cheers coming from the MVP side. Something you don't see too often. KT definitely has a very large fan base in Korea.
They have telephones, they have internet. What don't they have? Probably have planes too that we just don't know about.
Secret KT planes. Trying to rival Jin Air. Jin Air is actually ahead of not just KT, but also SKT, another telecom company. So
we've got it all. We've got chicken. We've got planes. What's next? We had washing machines actually way back when LGIM, so LG was sponsoring a team before.
Done a lot of different stuff. We have Tigers.
Tigers don't sponsor a team.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's just the team name.
The animal.
The animal
collectively sponsor the League of Legends team.
The Tiger Tribe here in Korea, they decided, hey, let's sponsor a league team.
So big defense over these Raptors that Graves can fight and take away so easily with his end of the line.
Smeb got one.
That will slow down the level 2 from beyond.
Yeah, he fried the game right there. Good job. Taking out that chicken.
Oh, not even hitting level on that one too. Did somebody else take another one? That should have been enough for level 2.
Looks like Karma got one because he said 7 CS after the first wave. So
yeah,
that's
Oh well.
Ian.
It is going to be Graves, so he can just farm back, and there are no plans of ganking early on with this Graves. The Braum lane is difficult to gank. Unbreakable makes it so that the Braum Q is harder to connect, and without that, Xayah CC is a bit unreliable at times, as you can just sidestep out of your feathers and not get rooted.
See, he's not too effective. Comes over here with level 3. Has some nice jungle clearing as he is on the Graves. And we'll take that blue.
And I think we can expect some action around the bottom lane, considering how many carries are in this game. Infernal.
Look at this.
Quite
They
the
might go
objective.
for an aggressive gank here. The flash forward. There's no cleanse on the Karma. There's the flash out of Ian, and first blood very easily given on over to Pawn.
Karma just trying to play the wave clear game early on. Gets caught by surprise by the CC that Galio can bring in. This is why you see a lot of times people want to bring cleanse against this matchup. Unfortunately, there's nobody else to warrant taking cleanse, so the teleport is smart for them to bring, and we'll take another look at the replay here. This is very well played. Starts with the taunt, waits for the duration as you see the little bar up top, and Score saves all his moves save for the jump to finish off Karma and takes away first blood towards Pawn, who goes with a build that we haven't seen before from Galio, the triple Thorns ring.
Well, I think we did see it today earlier, just one time. But
Didn't make him play it? I thought it was D-Shield.
No, you went for the triple Doran's ring, but definitely something new. You know, we used to see it up in top out of a lot of top laners that like to expend their mana. I mean, triple Doran's ring in mid lane is kind of interesting, but definitely means that you won't be running out of mana anytime soon.
They'll transition this one into a Spectre's Cowl, most likely. And Brave Rumble is fancying a roam towards the mid lane. He does have flash.
Oh boy, there's the easy taunt. Can they output enough damage is the question. That slow with the harpoon doesn't look like it. Actually, the tether might kill Smeb. Oh boy, Ian able to pick up a kill after a botched gank from Smeb in the mid lane.
That is not the path to redemption. What seemed like a lane that was going KT's way, just the way they wanted it, turns out Smeb just comes in and says, you know what? we want it the hard way. Let's make sure we go right back down to 0. So the kills get evened out 1-1. And his advantage topside is already down the drain as he's forced to expend TP to get back to the topside, and ADD now is in an easier time.
So you can see the idea, right? No flash onto Ian, but just the tether on Smeb gives Ian enough health back to survive and gets Smeb right underneath that turret. Really unfortunate.
Oh boy.
Series of unfortunate events for Smeb here.
I wish you had more. That's a question mark ping moment.
Yeah, definitely is. Oh, trying to get the stun here. Yeah. Maha taking a little bit of damage. Actually steps on a trap, it looks like. It looks like the net just barely missed.
Well, that's the great combination that you can do with Braum. You proc the stun and it buys you just enough time to lay down that Yordle snap trap, proc your headshot. But early in the game, the headshots don't do a whole lot of damage. There's a Doran shield to account for.
Yeah, it's your Doran shield and their Doran shield. Both Doran shields are just like, oh, well, there's not a lot of damage coming out.
It's a 3-man attempt. KT really pressuring this top side of the map, and it's evident with the vision as they have a control ward in the pixel brush and double green wards in the entrance to the red side. And so they know that Graves is nowhere to be found, and with Kha'Zix roaming in the area, if a collapse were to happen, it most likely would result in a KT 2v2, considering there's an equalizer that almost always wins you these early game skirmishes.
See ADD zoned out from the wave, not even level 6 right now. And I feel like every time we take a look at bot lane, it's just Depth and Mata show down here.
It's
up
the
against-
Caitlyn show.
Yeah,
That's what
pretty
it is.
much.
Caitlyn's just such a big lane bully, and when you have the Braum that's such a counter-engaged champion to make sure that you can keep your carry safe, it means that she can play much more forward, abuse her range, and without any chance of getting ganked when you have a Jarvan stuck on the turret and a Graves who's not only not level 6, but doesn't offer as much help towards a gank. And now that Galio is level 6, the chances of helping this bottom lane are even worse.
Yeah, would it almost essentially be baiting your team into it? Maybe you can go for something as Galio is top, and he is spotted now, but
Really want to take this red buff. Here's a collapse, but with isolated claws, equalizer, and Galio to tank everything, it seems ill-advised for Beyond to draw his team in here.
well, they're thinking about it definitely, trying to make a 3v2, but of course Galio is always there. A bit of burst damage on the score from the Karma. ADD though forced to get away, and look at Beyond's health just vanish in an instant. That will be the red buff going over to KT. They have successfully taken control.
That was a 2v3. It was the threat of Galio engaging with his ultimate that made them hesitant in engaging and committing both the combo or Cataclysm from Jarvan. So good move from KT to take advantage of the pressuring lanes, a Galio that was able to get that first blood, and Rumble shoving power, even though he did die to that silly gank in the mid lane, does still have pushing power onto the Rumble, onto the Jarvan, and as such they converted to a good objective, and overall, good advantage for them that could net them a Herald when it spawns in the next couple of minutes.
Look at this, KT taking a page out of ROX's book, saying, okay, let's go for our own little rotation. Lane swap.
Galio's coming here as well.
Everybody's getting in on this business. ADD trying to make a trade on Tamada. It doesn't look like it'll work out. Galio comes in, and oh boy, the TP from Ian is going to be very ill-advised, but the Tempered Fate from Max, he's trying so desperately to carry his team. Doesn't look like he'll be able to do that tonight, though.
And instead of recognizing that the objective was lost, that they got out-rotated, they commit to trying to save this objective. Two people trying to defend this one, and they both end up giving their lives away for it. Forgetting that Galio can always assist you in the dive, and that's why this pick is just so heavily contested between every team across the globe at this point, and they make it seem so easy when they pull it off like this.
Yeah, definitely some nice moves here from KT. As you said, they kind of identified what their objective is with their team composition, and they're executing it very well, whereas MVP, this might be one of the lower ends of the volatile scale of their play so far in Summer.
And Jarvan trying to clear the way, but overstepping his boundaries, gets a little fancy there, and with the Galio right into the trap from Caitlyn, so a great position from Def. Immediately gets in, and maybe you should have canceled that teleport. That's not a maybe. He definitely should have.
Yeah. That's how you say it sarcastically. You said, maybe you should have canceled that teleport.
I'm not on the team anymore. I don't have to be passive aggressive.
You can question mark ping from the booth. It's okay. Or from the desk, rather. Beyond gets away from the equalizer, forced to burn his flash. And you can see that MVP, they're not giving up on this Drake just yet. Smeb is really trying hard to zone him out.
They're nowhere near strong enough to take this fight. Jarvan is collapsing. They can't get over the wall, 3 of their members. But they will just disengage. Karma has that Athene's Holy Grail, which is that semi-offensive, semi-defensive item that does heal your allies, and without your actual carries dealing enough damage, when you have a Xayah sitting at only a BF sword and Graves without even boots available, there's no chance of them winning a fight. The base values from every member on the solo, on the top side of KT, is too strong to contest any of these objectives, so it's in their benefit that it was that Infernal Drake.
Yeah, the Infernal is so good for their team too. The Caitlyn, the Kha'Zix, and the Rumble. It's going to benefit so much. Even the Galio, I mean, he's going to be super tanky, but he adds a little extra kick to his already high base damage.
Now they're positioning towards that Herald, and they will start it right away. There is a ward in the back of the pit, so they are aware of it, and
Oh, I think that scanner is just barely not close enough.
Just on the edge. So beyond, MVP has the opportunity to surprise this, maybe with a steal, but the moves get scouted out by that green ward, and they will disengage from Herald.
How far will it chase tonight?
Come back. I don't want to live in this world anymore.
He just hangs out alone in the pit. It's kind of depressing.
Well, what about Baron? He does the same thing.
And he can't really move.
He's quite violent, though. He's actually really violent. Actually, no, he comes out from the ground. I think Baron has some underworld.
He has, yeah, he has his roots throughout the rift entirely.
It's another attempt into the top set, and Galio, every time Kha'Zix invades, Pawn is ready to respond, and it makes the life of this Grave such a nightmare when you can't even 1v1 the Kha'Zix, when the Jarvan follow-up is always going to be slower than the range of the Equalizer. And then you have to consider the heroic charge, the heroic entrance, which, ooh, a flash maybe?
Oh, he missed the stun. Equalizer will miss too. Flash forward from Smed. And a jump forward here from Pawn. Score taking a ton of damage. Pawn with the heroic entrance will discards him from engaging, but with Ian here, they're thinking about re-engaging. A very low Pawn and Score. That's a nice bit of damage onto Pawn. But fortunately, can dash away to safety. And MVP cannot follow up.
And the more attention that KT bring to the top side, the less likely that this bottom lane is going to receive any help. And this opens up Deft and Mata to go for that first brick, seemingly by themselves. The turret is almost at one more wave that if they can just get some alone time there without any defense, that first brick going to a Caitlyn that revolves around the later stages of the game will be a huge boon to their composition.
ADD, it doesn't look like he has Flag and Drag. Okay, he's waiting for the engage, and he even burns his flash. Oh, the Deathfire touch and just the burn in general will be enough to take him out. And so Beyond is just running back to his jungle, spamming the question mark pings, no doubt.
Stone face Smed there, not even recognizing ADD's mistakes. Like, yep, I knew this was happening. I knew he'd be feeding me.
He saw it coming. And it looks like this time no ward in the pit, so this will definitely be easy for KT to take. If they tried to steal this, I feel like MVP would almost just get wiped. So they're going to give it up.
But they will be giving up possibly even more than that. Caitlyn is about to crash her wave into this tier 1 turret. And actually, what am I talking about? First brick has gone down long before. Man.
We had a long break. I think that's what it was. You know what I mean? Hour and 20 minutes.
They did take the first brick. However, the point still stands that by putting pressure into the top side, you do open up your bottom lane that can shove in 2 solo out turrets. And this is one of the most common strategies that you see around. If you have lanes that can win, if you can isolate the jungler and distract them, which is the only saving grace for these lanes, then it becomes impossible for you to salvage these lanes with any gank attempts. And when you don't have champions that can teleport as effectively as the Galio and the Rumble, then you're stuck in lanes that are unfavorable. And you would have liked to see MVP just swap lanes constantly to try to match whatever KT is trying to do. Instead, they're stuck in the same lane, and they will be losing serious objectives out of this, as now mid-tier 1 is subjected to Herald.
Tempered Fate catches Score. This is what I was talking about in the draft bait, but the taunt onto ADD means no follow-up. Huge equalizer, and they easily turn onto ADD. Featherstorm coming out of Maha, trying to save his life. Looks like he will live, but that will be tier 1 going down. An extra kill to KT, and they're really running away with this game.
No one goes down for them. The engage onto Score. However, there was nobody there to follow up. His flash was up. There was no angle for Max to connect his Q, and as such, he just gets away and still alive. The commitment from the Jarvan without anybody to follow up means that he just gives his life and is a martyr for MVP with no avail.
You could see they were even sticking around to chip away at that tier 2. The Galio at full health, you can definitely do a bit of zoning, as they were trying to do there.
It's 20 seconds onto this Cloud Dragon. However, it's not the most important. We'll take another look right here. It comes with the Tempered Fate. Death flashes away, but there's nobody to follow up onto Score.
Huge taunt onto ADD by Pawn. Really nicely timed. second the TP came in.
And the equalizer from Smeb was so critical in ensuring that MVP could not follow up. They had to make the choice of, do you walk forward into a Caitlyn through the equalizer, or do you just retreat? And the answer is almost always going to be to retreat, because when he has that Leandry spike this early on, and you don't have any magic resist save for Karma's Athene's Holy Grail, you're going to be roasted.
You're going to be roasted.
Yeah, you're going to be roasted. I was
that's it.
thinking of some adjectives, but roasted is enough.
Well, MVP's threatening this, but again, they're so far behind that.
Rook a Rumble. This is a great equalizer position.
And Galio from behind with the TP. Uh-oh, there's the equalizer. Oh, them are getting tunked down so big. And Pawn now in from behind. This is just hurting the cattle at this point, man. Poor MVP. They're getting totally destroyed so far. Beyond's going to go down. That's a double kill to Smeb. And his Rumble is popping off. Max, no escape for you either. Score going to pick up that kill.
Oh, yeah, this one's run away. If there was a Baron up, KT could be taking it right now, but
Deft
it's too early.
farming.
He doesn't need to do anything else. The fight has already been won, and MVP committing to Cloud Dragon at 18 minutes in when they're down about 4K gold before this fight happened. And you still wonder what the priority has to be behind these objectives that have no gold value. And here they are. They had started it. They're retreating after they see the teleport. The equalizer is just perfect there. You just can't. You can't get better than that on the equalizer. Redemption for his feeding gank onto the mid lane.
Yeah. And it definitely looks pretty solid on the Rumble tonight. That's for sure. I almost feel like MVP's hurting themselves into a position that makes it kind of easy, but
this is why the pushing lane point has been hit a million times over. It's the nail that just never stays down. You have to always talk about it, because when you draft this way, it always benefits you. And KT taking full advantage of it. Now they're taking over the red side jungle. They're preparing for that dragon, that Baron that will come up in 1 minute. They're strong enough to take it at this point. They have members that can tank it. They have the isolation from the Kazakhs and the Leandry. So it's no secret that if they push this advantage and they get 1 or 2 picks, they'll go straight for that Baron and try to close this out game, you know, in incredibly rapid fashion.
yeah, I think even without getting picks, they could probably just turn onto it, but not sure if they want to take the risk. KT has shown that they're willing to at times. Now just trying to take out another turret, it seems. But look at the damage up to Ian. That's unbelievable. Smeb, though, did he get a little bit too feisty? It looks like the answer is no, as he does get away. Nice flash there from Mata to defend with the Unbreakable. Cool play.
Yeah, great block on that ultimate. I don't think it would have killed Smeb, however. Remember that is a Graves that has fallen behind, so to kill a tanky Rumble that has a Ninja Tabi's under his belt is unlikely, considering he was at maybe 30% HP.
Well, we got Baron spawning now. All of KT's in the bot lane. Looks like they are just going to use that Caitlyn and the advantage they already have. The static Shiv on the Caitlyn to just push in lanes. Thought maybe they would commit to bot, but seems like all the members definitely have a lot of gold banked up, especially after taking tier 2 mid. So they're just going to go back, all buy, and then head towards that Baron side.
We'll take another look here. It's going to be Smeb harassing Ian from the side, and a great equalizer, denying him from entering the base, forcing out the flash. And the equalizer also cuts off any attempt to follow up on the Cataclysm.
Cool. That wouldn't have killed him, especially with the shield. But you can see Mata, he's on point tonight. Got to give that to him.
He just wants to he wants to get style points. You just don't see those in your post-match thread. In your end game score, you don't get style. It's unfortunately watered down to just letters. It's just letters, right? You get your A- or S.
Yeah.
It all depends on how many words you
He
place.
needs style points, man. It's got to be the new stat coming 2018.
Style.
Every game has a judge that watches and just judges style points to each player in the game.
Boy, that's the future I want to see in esports.
Oh, yeah.
What would you give motto for this game so far. Actually, for that play.
That move was entirely style, right? As we said, like he wouldn't have died. He wasn't really saving anything. But
Yeah, that's like
yeah,
an
that
eight.
was
That's an
pretty.
eight.
That was pretty sick.
I'd
give that like an 8.
8 for style.
Yeah.
Here's that Baron rush. No vision means that Beyond can't even try to steal.
Mata's sitting there with Unbreakable. Blocks it anyway. And Beyond, oh boy, ace in the hole to flash forward from score. And Pawn looks to want to follow up. He wants to add some more kills under his belt. He's been only getting assists this game.
We got another scrim in our hand. That's really what this is.
Oh boy.
This is one of those games where you scrim the main team and then they're like, yeah, you know what?
You want to scrim the sister team?
So actually, the first time I came to Korea, it was like 2012. We were playing in OGN, and we were playing against Zenix Storm, and they crushed us so hard that they said, you can't scrim us anymore. You have to beat our B team before you play us again. So they relegated us to play against Zenix Tempest, and they were more around our level. I think it took us the entire month to take them down, but by that point, we had actually already
Take them down once?
No, to like keep up with it, to like consistently beat them. But by that point, we
Okay.
already lost in OGN, so it didn't really matter.
Sad times.
The good
Hey, I mean,
old
he came out
days.
to Korea, and that was a pretty good experience, no doubt.
Yeah, it was a good experience. I mean, I've been
Look
here.
over at you, you're just sitting in silence with your head
I'm
in your hands. I'm like, oh.
Was it a good experience?
I'm not sure. Well, this is certainly a not so good experience for MVP. They're down 10,000 gold with a Baron push against one of the most obnoxious champions to play against when you're behind, which is Caitlyn, I feel.
I actually
But
banned
also-
Caitlyn in solo queue.
Do you really?
Yeah.
I thought Blitzcrank was your big solo queue ban for a
Not
while.
anymore. At least I can practice dodging his hooks.
I'm a perma Zac banner. I played against it one game and I was just like, no, this isn't happening in any of my games anymore.
I'd imagine MVP would feel the same way about Galio this time around. As
Hey, we had the sign earlier. It said ban Galio.
how many times must it be repeated that Galio is super broken?
Oh, look at the style dodge there from Deft. And Smev trying to add some style points. Will he get that kill? Leandri's Deathfire touch, barely not enough with the heal. And, well, guys, it looks like this will be a quick one. Might just be a quick day today. This is not looking like the very competitive MVP we've seen at times.
Well, yeah, I think with that MVP was left behind in spring. It's unfortunately the summer season this time around, and the woes that they encountered in their earlier matches are even more apparent this time around. However, KT has been playing a solid game, and you would expect the top team, as the standards that they hold themselves to do this to teams that are on paper worse than them.
The one thing I want to see, you know, we've been memeing a little bit about it, but seriously, ban the Galio against Pawn. I mean, he's been playing it so much. He's so good at control mages and just pushing mages types, and it's so good for him. And so good in general anyway. Just take it away from KT. Don't let him play it.
It's time to stop Galio.
It's time to put an end to the madness that is the Gargoyle.
Look at his itemization.
That is so gross.
That is disgusting. Ugh. I'm revolted. I'm withering inside thinking about being Graves or Zaya hitting a Gargoyle Stone Plate Thornmail guy at 25 minutes. She doesn't even have 2 items. That's a Phage. He's got a hammer trying to crack this Gargoyle.
It would approximately
it's a wooden
take
hammer.
him.
It's a wooden hammer.
It would
too.
take him about 5,000 years to actually kill Galio by himself. Let's be real.
I think if he had a regen item, he probably would not even suffer damage.
It's coming soon. Out of Pawn.
I like Maha's choice in item here. He bought the rapid fire cannon and says, I'm going to need to AoE things down here if I want to ramp up my DPS, go with the Hurricane.
Yeah. Trying to hit as many members as possible. Wants to buff his stats a little bit. Look at him go. He's trying so hard to kill Score.
He's shooting glitter.
I said kill score, but I meant damage score because he's never going to kill score. It's not going to happen. Score has a Guardian Angel at this point, too. I'm looking forward to 7-Eleven so we can get the new updated look of Guardian Angel. That's my favorite change to the patch.
That's not my favorite change, though.
What's your favorite change then?
The change CC that MVP is putting down onto the seemingly unkillable Galio.
Yeah, Galio doesn't die. Smeb and Score were getting a little bit close. Score almost blew his GA. Still taking some damage, not sure from what. Han is still alive in the front. Like, you can see, like, he just doesn't, he's not going to die. I think Mata just flashed.
They're so low, but it just doesn't matter. They're not dying. They're not taking
Beyond.
Oh, he died.
Oh, they popped his GA.
He's got it, though.
Can they get another kill before this ends? Doesn't look like that is the case. So that's going to be game number 1 going over to KT in 27 minutes.
1 kill away from a perfect game, believe it or not, and KT back with a vengeance. However, a team that we always need to have reservations about, similar to Africa, who has an incredible ability to win game 1 in a perfect fashion. KT has unfortunately been labeled in the same boat, where winning game 1, no matter how well they do it, you always have to have some doubt for game 2 and possibly game 3.
You can see the smirk on Smeb's face. He just knows he was the feeder in that game that denied the perfect game. Can we just get a highlight of Smeb dying under turret? Then go to the next game?
We need a dubstep remix over it.
With a gigantic bass drop right as the Karma link, and it's just like...
Some good screen shakes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Laughs all around. He's buying dinner tonight.
Break out the Mountain Dew and Doritos, man. The Karma from Ian. Looked like the only hope at many times in that game as well.
Really? You held hope?
Well, it looked like it may have been the only hope for their team. Turned out it wasn't. So, guys, that was a really quick game, 27 minutes. It looks like we're going to get a replay. This was the kill that started it all.
Great gank, level 3. Always have to respect it. A 3-minute gank from Kazakhstan. That's why this champion is still so contested. This is the time. The only death, the only
Brother Smeb,
big mistake that I guess KT made was trying to pressure mid a little bit too hard.
Not enough screen shakes.
And this great rotation, just using their composition to a great advantage. We're going to get a freeze frame of this.
Look at this.
We
Look at the
must
positioning.
remember.
So good. You guys don't get to see the rest. Not on this broadcast.
Print that one out yet. Not suitable. Refresh your browser. It's mature audiences only.
Yeah. You got to put up the you got to put up the VPN to view that one in Korea. So, guys, we are going to jump into a commercial before we go into game number 2. I hope it is as fiery and as spicy as that first one. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. are back here at LCK Summer at Spo TV, otherwise known as the KT Show tonight, as they swept the floor with MVP in game number 1. Was not close at all. 1 kill away from a perfect game.
Barely any dust specks on the floor. It was a complete disintegration of MVP, and Smev will be taking that MVP. While his kill contribution isn't as high as you would have expected an MVP to get, his equalizers were off the charts. He did have that one whoopsies in the mid lane that did net away the perfect game. However, that equalizer on the Dragon Pit was just beautiful. You saw it coming from a mile away. It committed from the one into the mid lane, just showing why this pick of Rumble is so heavily contested when it pushes your lane so well, and then it transitions into the jungle, into the team fighting early to mid game better than any other champion.
Yeah, so MVP, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board after game number 1 and really just think about what they did wrong. We're going to take a look at the results. It was about 15,000 gold ahead. Crazy amounts of damage for the Smev on the Rumble.
And this is an interesting topic to bring up, that I think this is the only split that we've ever seen that has had so many near or actually perfect games in the history of League of Legends. I don't think there's ever been another time where so consistently have teams been able to close out games in such a clean fashion. And I think it might have to do with the champions and itemization more than the play of these guys instead. Because when these items start coming through, your Ninja Tabis, your scaling AD carries that don't have quite enough power to burst through these tanks. You have the adaptive helms, the Brahms, the DPS that gets dealt in return. Don't remind me of Galio. It becomes impossible to find a way to come back if you committed to some sort of early game strategy. And it's an interesting time to really examine the topic of perfect games once again, as it's becoming more apparent that this is a trend that will continue throughout the entire this LCK Summer.
ADD's Jarvan, not the most impressive that I've seen here in LCK. Paul seemed pretty happy about his Galio play in that game.
To be fair, it's pretty hard to mess up Galio. The taunt ranges, Shen on crack, his safety and engage with his Justice punches. Super easy to pull off. You have an ultimate to save anybody that gets out. Your main damage ability is remaining AoE that curves. What else do you want?
So it seems like we have a small delay. One of these teams requested MVP requested kind of some extra time to bring themselves together once again. They have to pick up all the broken pieces from the MVP vase.
Oh boy. No, maybe one of those times where it's too broken to repair, but it is game 2 that has gone so many times the other way once a team does go for a perfect game. So we still can't completely count them out. They have shown semblances of really strong play, even though they did lose against Samsung 2-0 last week, or last time they played a couple days ago. They held it together. They were making proactive moves, and unfortunately their moves were too aggressive, and that's where Samsung found a lot of their re-engages to take away those 2 games in a row. So we can expect them to be a little bit more cautious with their draft this time around, and maybe not let picks like Galio and Caitlyn slip away so effortlessly without any major picks to trade.
Yeah,
Karma mid is not a major pick to trade for Galio.
For sure. And it's interesting how, we saw, I think it was the ROX Tigers, they were first picking the Caitlyn in both of the games that they played. Definitely becoming a more contested AD carry pick nowadays. Well, there it is. Galio, goodbye. Good riddance.
And it's weird. Maybe you would have hoped that they force KT into a situation where they ban it themselves, but they will just take it away, make sure that nobody gets their hands onto this pick. And I want to see them deny some of the other picks that we saw from KT. The Caitlyn perhaps could be what they fancy as a first pick, even though Maha was and still is an avid Varus player, but the Rumble does get locked away. So taking away the 2 major pushing solo lanes that help KT ensure those early game invades into the red side jungle that eventually just crack down the game.
Look at that, Avaris ban, as you were talking about. Definitely one of Maha's more played champions. Likes to play Ashe from time to time as well, but definitely limiting his options going into the first picking phase.
You play a champion so many times, it's only natural to expect the team to start targeting you out. Even though it might not be your strongest pick, they see it as a comfort pick and as such will remove it. And they do remove 3 out of the 5 champions that KT played to victory last time around. Now they're going to have to cook up something different if they want to take down MVP in a swift fashion.
Orianna ban. They're really respecting Ian's Orianna today. That's the second time.
Thresh is up. You might see that pick. Max has an affinity for these hooking champions. And I completely forgot.
Zach is up. We totally missed that. That's going to be a definite pick here for MVP. Yeah, nice troll. Urgot. He looks kind of like Zach. I'm sorry, team. Yeah, Zach the obvious pick here, and I cannot believe that KT let that slip.
However, KT have the option of putting the pedal to the metal early game with their composition. Thresh is going to be the lock away for them, and they still have the junglers that can influence the early game tremendously. You have Lee Sin and Elise, who are no strangers to snowballing games out of control. And if Zach just doesn't get going, and if he doesn't get the right vision to get those elastic slingshots off, then he's going to have a difficult time finding ways to influence his lanes. And KT recognize this as Zach's weaknesses. They take away the Elise, and
you know what's also? Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, please.
No. I didn't see the Cinder ban. I was like, what the hell? Everything's getting through, like Zach, Thresh, Elise, and then I thought that also Cinder was available. I was like, what the hell happened?
I should have not said go ahead.
Yeah. Should have said no.
Kalista does get denied. We have seen Deft and Mata carry real hard with these 2 picks in combination, but the Braum and Kalista make for a mean duo lane, and when you have Zach paired, this is a much deadlier combination for MVP, so I'm hopeful for their draft against KT, and if they can weather the storm early game, and they are saving their solo lanes for the last rotation, they can have an easier time for the early game. So I think that Talia might be the pick that we can expect to come out of Pawn, perhaps, in the second half as the first rotation, and saving the counter pick for Smeb.
Kog'Maw picked up here for Deft with 0 seconds left. So that'll be a pick that we really don't see all too often. Even though over at MSI there was a lot of these hyper carry ADCs that we're seeing some play.
And it's a fun pick against Kalista because Kalista wants to dance around and dodge all your skill shots, whereas Kog'Maw just sits there, presses his Bio-Arcane Barrage, and stands and delivers. And Kalista is not going to be able to 1v1 Kog'Maw on even items, especially since Kog will most likely be going for those Ninja Tabis, which are just going to be so obnoxious to deal with when it comes to taking him down with your physical autos.
Yeah, so speaking of a pick that is still available, that is usually highly contested, Kennen also still available, not banned, not picked by either team. Definitely a Smeb favorite. I've shown it a bunch. Will it get banned out here? They are going to show some respect to ADD, both Jarvan and Sejuani taken away.
No beefy tank lines available. They have to resort to something else, forcing Max to, or ADD to maybe play a carry in the top side. And if KT saves the last ban for Smeb, as we expect them to do so, it can open up an exploitable window into the top side when you have Elise plus a physical top laner. Renekton is one of the huge divers that combos incredibly well with Elise in taking down nearly any champion into the top half.
We'll see if they actually are serious about taking this cannon. There it is, the lock-in, as it did escape the ban phase. Actually, MVP choosing to ban out the Jace, which, you know, usually a pretty good pick against the cannon, so MVP kind of shooting themselves in the foot.
Well, it could be a flex pick for Pawn as well, so it does have a lot of synergy with the KT team. It works well into Kennen, as you're mentioning, and I like the Jace ban. It does offer a lot of defensive tools when it comes down to getting away from Kalista, from the Fate's Call. And
what's their answer, though, in the top lane?
for the Kennen.
Yeah.
Maybe the Klett. It did get hovered in. It does make some sense. We have seen it come to some success, and we're going to get a treat.
Oh, here we go.
We're going to get a treat.
All right, pat on the back for ADD. He is back with this Scion.
And I'm just so glad we get to see this man take down the Scion. Only 2 people in the world really try to take this pick, and ADD is one of them. The Scion did receive some minor buffs, and we have seen ADD lane against Kennen before. And Kennen is, you'd expect him to be a huge lane bully into the Scion, but now that there's the Doran shield available, now that his itemization becomes so easy, Ninja Tabis, or if Smeb feels like he's going to be going with AP, which is incredibly unlikely considering that there's such magic-heavy lineup from KT. Cog does have a lot of AP. You can expect his Blade of the Ruined King to not have such a huge effect onto the Scion. His beefiness is nothing to scoff at, and ADD is such an impressive Scion to watch. His ability to drift around Summoner's Rift is impressive to say the least, and when you have 2 immobile carries in Victor and Kog'Maw, we can expect some serious ultimate talent.
Yeah, very excited for this game. This is definitely going to look different from what we've been seeing a lot tonight.
Let's not jump the gun.
Yeah.
We can't see a stop still.
Yeah, it could happen, but I do like the picks. You know, the Kog'Maw Thresh coming in. We get to see Callista. Get to see stuff that you don't often see here in LCK because it gets banned out all the time, such as the 2 junglers, Elise and Zach, coming through. 1 apiece for each of these teams.
Zach has a 100% win rate on the 1 game that he did slip through. However, it was BBQ that let it go through, a team that is sitting at the bottom of the standing. So maybe other teams have started to figure out how to play around this champion, and KT will be taking it to their comfort pick seemingly, as all these players have had some success in these picks in the past.
Really want to see what they've got prepared up against the Zach. They do have a lot of power picks themselves. You guys can see, once again, the final lineups from both of these teams. And let's do it. Let's jump into game number 2 right now. KT up against MVP. There you go. Game 2 is now beginning.
He's flying.
He's flying with his jetpack. Okay. He got tired. The jetpack, I mean.
There's a lot of gasoline spent in that one to bring around Scion.
How much mile per gallon do you think a Scion gets?
MPG, as much as the worst Hummer you could imagine.
I wonder how heavy Scion is. Is he as heavy as a Hummer?
It's got to be multiple tons. I think there was some sort of measurement where they're giving away the measurements of league champions, and I believe Nautilus and Malphite were the tallest.
The tallest?
At a lot, maybe Nautilus was like 14 meters tall.
14 meters?
Yeah, for you feet users, it's 42 feet-ish.
How is that even possible?
It's
It's not represented in the game.
Yeah, it's not represented in the game, of course. I mean, Annie is, in a way, the same size as many other picks, and she's got to be like 4.
Not really. Well, isn't she
Rammus
like
is
6? Yeah, I guess
this feels too close to mathematics. Let's get away from it.
Look at the solo blue out of score there.
And look at what Smeb did. He aggroed that red buff to fake that he was leashing, that he was tanking for score. So the route has been faked from KT, but what information will MVP read out of this? Are they going to expect Elise to route to the bottom side and not finish top side? And this could mean that if ADD misreads the situation, that he gets overextended and will be susceptible to a gank.
Baha's going in. He not very scared. They're looking to line up that stun on Tamada.
With pings onto the red buff, both jungglers will finish topside, and ADD is not playing very aggressively, but pings go into the blue buff, so they immediately read out the route from Elise. So the early fake no longer works from a good move from Ian, taking advantage of it. The Talia pushing power and rotating to scout out the jungler.
A good move there, not assuming anything. And seeing the red come up at that timing, they know that she started at the blue. Can easily map.
Oh, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me.
There you go.
Because it spells assume.
Yeah, I got that one, Crumbs. I figured it out.
He missed the cannon minion.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sad. We saw, I don't know who said it, I just saw someone post on Twitter about how people over in China are also talking about how this Doran Shield has opened up so many new picks into the current meta in League of Legends competitively. Kog'Maw definitely having an easier time early game. Picks like Sion up top against Kennen will obviously have a much easier laning phase.
Here comes Majin Buu.
Oh boy. Yeah, there it is, that OPQ, and Pawn is forced to flash.
Yeah, such a frustrating ability to deal with, because before Zach would miss his Elastic Slingshot, which most Zacks would miss that ability as it's not the easiest to hit, especially early on. But now he misses and has an extra like 900 range to CC you, so it doesn't even matter if it connects.
Ooh, nice stun there out to ADD. Getting a little bit, taking a bit of a chance, you could say, against that stun was ADD.
Now we can expect Beyond to look for a revisit into the mid lane, now that Pawn has no summoners, so smart purchase from him. Goes for the CDR boots early on, and that's going to keep him safe in the mid lane, as Ghost and Flash will be coming back up. We can expect a gank bottom lane.
Oh, there's that hook into Cocoon. This might just be a dead Max early on. The Flash coming out. That's first blood given to Deft on the Kog'Maw. Beyond coming back here and trying to help out, but just a little bit too late on that one.
And if we get another look at the replay, I believe Max actually misplayed that escape. Might have been able to force some extra summoners out of KT by using his dash first, then the flash. As when he flashed backwards, not able to find the target to dash to. Here comes another gank.
We'll see if they can make this happen. No flash onto Pawn, and there's the Gravitic Field coming down. That's an easy lineup, and that's just what Zach offers you at this point in the game.
All too easy, and the new Zach just becomes a ganking monster as he can follow up so easily, and they still have a timer on Pawn's cooldown, as he did not purchase the boots before his flash went down, so he still has to sit through that 4.5 minute cooldown, or 5 minute cooldown for mid laners, as he most likely did not go with a cooldown reduction on his summoners.
Just a bit of trading down here. You can see that the CS is definitely competitive. It looks like Deft is slightly behind, but picking that kill up and the wave that he has coming in, he'll be just fine.
You're always okay with scaling on Zach, and there's another attempt onto the mid lane. This is going to be a level 3 Elastic Slingshot, unlike the first attempt, so he can stand a little bit further. At least he's not going to be able to respond, but look at how far back Pawn's flying.
He's not even close. He knows he needs that flash, and this time some smart play out of Pawn will keep him safe for now.
If that gank were to connect, the kill would not have it connected, but they would have had enough chunk to force potions out and maybe even a recall or a dive on a revisit.
ADD's back. You can see the biggest CS discrepancy is up on top. It looks like Smeb is doing a pretty good job of stunning ADD whenever he goes for that big knock-up to clear up the minions. Trying to freeze the wave now and even delay the back of Smeb. Be somewhat successful.
And this is just what happens when you play into this matchup. You try to weather the storm early game until you get some decent itemization, until you can farm, sustain yourself from the harass with your, damage reduction, and catch back up. We've seen ADD take this matchup before the Doran Shield change came through, and he was able to do just fine, and we can expect him to do that once again. Here's another attempt. Oh no.
Oh, Pawn. Oh, he actually juked, maybe, you know, not on purpose, but kind of juked beyond.
You do get to see the shadow lying on the floor, so I think he is expecting to get camped as his flash is still down until that window is back up. He is going to have to play as far back as we have seen him.
Deft getting in there, making sure he takes out that ward. He's actually ahead of Maha in terms of farm down here once he clears up those 2 minions.
Is he fancying a visit into the mid lane? Could just be some wards. Yeah, it's just going to be a control ward and nothing more. And it's always so obnoxious when you're dealing with a top laner that is warding deep inside the jungle. The wards are often more effective than wards that are just for the lane, as it can help out the entire team and lets you map out the route that Elise is taking.
The fight breaking out down here. Deft thinking about taking that one, but no lineup for the death sentence of Mata.
You can see the way that MVP is playing this lane now. They're doing it smart. They're recognizing where the Bio-Arcane Barrage comes up. Nice chunk.
I was surprised that Scorer was just standing still there, almost waiting for it, trying to be captured by Beyond. And they're looking for that kill. Should be able to line it up, but the passive comes through. They cannot follow up. Just one extra piece of Zach. When you think you got him, you don't actually got him.
Just a slight miscalculation from Beyond there, trying to pick up Score. So it was a great attempt from Ian, edging the wall, knowing that he was out of sight, and just barely gets to shove on him, chunks him out, but unfortunately the channel onto Score was a little too early, and here he goes again. Watch him just move ever so slightly, gets in range. Here comes Zach, and while he does not get the shot, such a nice into that.
Oh, that's so close.
Waits out the repel. He did have a ward target onto the control ward on the left side, so he chooses not to take it. Simply waits out the Zach ultimate channel.
Meanwhile, we did have a gank down here in bot. Kalista forced to blow the flash ultimate to save Max.
And yeah, they just have to wait out the Bio-Arcane Barrage, otherwise you cannot trade with the Kog'Maw. And that's how you play around this champion. One of the few ADs that you really need to consider the cooldowns that he's bringing to the table. Otherwise, it's impossible to match his DPS. The percent HP and enhanced range make it difficult for Kalista to trade with.
See that ADD up and top is actually caught up quite significantly in terms of the CS. Not too far behind. Definitely very competitive when you're going up against a Cannon. Not many picks can be that close in terms of farm against this pick.
It's only going to get easier from him. Stacking armor, and if Elise is to visit this lane, the HP and tankiness of Sion on top of his ultimate make it not a suboptimal gank for a target. Gank target.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Mata hanging around mid. Now that the bot lane of Max and Maha went home, immediately Mata starts moving around for a gank, for a bit of a roam to the mid lane.
The slow early game from Score. Pings go onto the Herald, so he will try to solo out this objective as he can do so easily, but on a ill time, as Max and Maha end up swapping to the top side, and they might be able to scout him out. However, the roam from Pawn and from Mata and Deft signal that they are here to defend this objective, and things go out now. There might be a fight for this objective soon.
Can be lanterned out. Oh, Deft with the dodge. There's that lantern. They get the death sentence onto Beyond, and it looks like he will go down this time around. Teleport forced to be canceled by ADD. That's a nice kill pickup for KT.
No passive around for Zach means he gets caught and killed, but Herald does de-leech, so they are unable to transfer the objective. And this, oh, here it comes. It's following them again. Who started this one? Hey, you can't do that to me. You need to finish what you started.
Yeah, you need to take me with you. I want to join the fun in the lanes.
Poor Herald, just always left behind.
Not always. Sometimes they take her.
Yeah, and then
with
they
them.
just use her poorly.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
You see how
Someday
Weaver's
they'll
wall
treat her right.
attempt here. There are no wards for Smeb to know this. All they know is that Talia has left the lane.
This should be a pretty easy setup, but Smeb does have his flash. Oh, that's going to miss. And, yep, easy flash for Smeb. At least they do blow that summoner.
But it is something.
Looking for a kill here onto Mata, who actually is able to play his way to the victory. Will follow up with the death sentence onto Braum, who's extremely tanky. Nice stun onto Maha with that gravitic field. He is going to be taken out. And a nice play by Pawn to open up that kill, and he wants more onto Max. With the exhaust coming out, will not be able to get it. Another dodge against the Zac. And I don't think this is beyond misplaying it. I think KT is just so aware of the Zac, and they're always waiting for that.
It's a little bit of both. Zac is not the easiest champion to play, believe it or not, considering how banned he's been recently. So you can't expect any Zac that you see now to be the most refined at this champion. However, the boot purchase from Pawn does make it a lot easier for him to dodge out. They try to go into Mata, but the play is just so on point, and there's just no chance for them to follow up. They're fighting a 4-on-3 now as Kog'Maw is collapsing from the top side of the map. And even if Kog'Maw weren't there, they blow everything, all the CC, and no damage follow-up means that no matter what would have happened in the remaining fight, they would have lost it.
Oh, ADD might have overstepped his boundary. Trying to trade back here to Smeb, as you said, with the Ninja Tabby. And the Bomby Cinder is going to be very tanky, so does not die, but has to burn his flash.
And this all has just been MVP trying to do too much at the same time. When Talia committed to the gank into the bottom side, that should have been it. They should have reset. Let's not try to make anything happen into the top side. We don't have any pressure into the mid lane, and so Pawn will be roaming first. But instead, they get greedy. They see the opportunity with Mata seemingly sitting duck in their eyes. They pull the trigger in. They quickly realize that they have overreached and get collapsed on and end up giving away too many kills and a Herald.
Yeah, so KT, they're definitely ahead in this game as well. It's not as much of a stomp as we saw in game number 1, which kind of got out of hand right from the get-go. But KT definitely with a strong grip on this one. Let's see where they want to put that Rift Herald, as we do still have the mid-tier 1 turret. That's been the main focus of most Rift Herald pushes so far.
And MVP this time around have the late game potential of a great wombo. You have Zac, Sion, Bates call into Glacial Fissure, and comboed with Kalista and Kaya that just do so much. It can be, ooh, nice block.
Nice block there, but the Cocoon misses. Will they have enough damage output onto ADD? Looks like it will be enough. As you said, lots of armor and health built on ADD, not too much MR. Going up against those two, well, you're not going to have a good time.
Sion getting a little bit greedier as he's catching up in CS against Smeb. KT just doesn't allow it. They're trying to keep putting pressure onto this map. They might be fancying an engage here. You know they're going to commit to maybe some damage when this Herald crashes. Mata scouting out Zac, but remember, Zac's engage, while the Q is effective if he misses his elastic slingshot, you have to consider that Thresh is one of the strongest picks against Zac. Every time that his jump is about to land, Flay interrupts it. So he'll never have a chance.
Oh, can't take the Lantern. Nice play there, though, by Score to escape.
So,
Smeb looking to take this, but we got Weaver's Wall coming up.
Zac will actually never be able to get an engage on.
Yeah, as long as Mata's on point, perhaps. Smeb looks like he will trade his life. Might feel slightly violated at the same time as they, all 4 of them, come down to take his life.
Just abusing the mouse rat. Mouse rat?
Mouse rat?
Well, he's kind of both, isn't he?
I guess. Isn't he a Yordle? What is a Yordle?
Yordles rats?
I suppose. I'm not too big on the lore of League of Legends. So.
Talia without Weaver's Wall.
Okay, Beyond forced the ultimate away to safety. And oh, nothing is going right for this MVP team. ADD gets caught. Maha in a really bad position. Nice moves there. Jukes from the Victor from Pawn. He's trying to trade 1-for-1, but actually he is the one that was stuck in with them.
Good outplay from Maha, and now they're thinking about taking this tier 1 to the mid lane. There is no wave clear, so MVP will walk away with the tier 1 dropping first for them. So it's a good advantage onto them, and what was an attempt onto the bottom lane that was hindered by the ultimate missing, and we're going to take another look here. I'm pretty sure he used his charge and just headbutted the turret as Def flashed away.
How does Score die to this? Really?
He did?
Yeah, he did. He tried to flash away too.
The zombies, they'll get you.
And we got to see Smeb's big play there at the end. Lightning rush into the brush.
Getting rhythmical. Now the next objective is going to be the side lane outer turrets for MVP, and if they can keep trading objectives, they're going to put themselves in a better position in this game as opposed to trying to stall out. The wave clear is already there with Talia, so as long as she remains in the mid lane, they don't have too much to worry about.
ADD versus Smeb. Eventually, Smeb will just become too much to handle. Would have to imagine. But we might see ADD go for that Gargoyle Stone Plate. A favorite of some of these big engage
Oh, you know
champs.
he's going for it. With a champion that has infinite health scaling in Scion Soul Furnace, it's the perfect itemization.
Good follow-up to that nerfed Sunfire Key, which is still pretty decent. Oh, Ian.
There's a TP coming out. Ooh, this could be on Def. There is no Lantern.
Okay, ADD is alone. He's very tanky, though. And look at Def down in the bottom lane. He's trying to trade, but he will be taken out. Pawn trying to trade back some damage, but will be forced to walk away. And that's going to be a nice catch there by Team MVP to take out Def.
They commit to Def, but what else can they get out of this? There is nowhere for them to lay vision to transition into anything meaningful, and Pawn's wave clear is easy to do as Braum isn't there to clear out with the laser.
Some rotations over here towards Baron. Lots of pings going down. And here's Smeb running into 3 members. Does have the Lantern. Will stun up a bump to the members. There's the hook onto Maha. That's what they were looking for. Mata rather, showing up big on this Thresh pick. Nice stun there onto Beyond too, to not allow any follow-up.
The second Kalista gets hooked, there is no chance for them to win this fight. As soon as the gravity field got laid down, you know that's a zone where they want to be looking to CC somebody even further. Once again, however, it's only kills and no real objective. The blue buff does spawn, and they're perhaps thinking about this tier 1. Will Talia and Zac defend this by themselves? There is a slingshot that he can commit. Here's Elise.
Miss Cocoon. We got Max over here too on the Braum. And oh man, Deft in a lot of trouble, is trying to trade back on Ian. Can he get that kill? It looks like he will actually. Score able to follow up for that. Nice capture there by Beyond, but there's no one to follow up.
The catcher into the concussive blows or the Winter's Bite really saves that play. Otherwise, Def would have lived, and that would have been awful for MVP. They still save down this turret, and that will keep them competitive in this game as the lead continues to grow for KT. There's always mid lane turret.
Yeah.
Such an important objective.
Those minions, they were trying their hardest. Let's see this once again. Deft is just eating too much damage in the front all alone.
Gets so greedy.
You can see Mata goes down here too, and everybody groups up for this one. Zac dies in midair.
Oh, that was so close to being a disaster.
KT, they're still in a good spot. Still pretty happy with where they're at.
They are, and they're going to be even happier if they can secure this Mountain Dragon that's coming up in 1 minute. The Mountain Dragon will mean that between Kog'Maw and Elise, Baron rushing becomes a real threat that MVP has to consider all the time now as the lead continues to grow. And red side's vision denial around Baron and ability to rush it is always a threat.
Yeah, especially if they could get Smeb in there too. Probably unlikely because he should be split pushing, but the Blade of the Rune King.
Well, he will be topside at least while they prepare for this Dragon side. Mata does base, refreshes his ward, picks up 2 control wards, and the vision games begin around this Dragon. Both these teams really want to have this one in their bag. Smeb secures the Scuttle Crab. Taking down Scuttle Crab early on will mean that they can transition into a Baron. If they win the fight, they can just abandon the Dragon right away, move over to the main objective, a move that we've seen time and time again from KT.
MVP, they're in the mid lane. They're trying to push this one in before they go for it, as is always very necessary. You have to control the lanes first for the objectives. You can see Deft is forced to go to mid lane, pick up that farm, and MVP is going to get position here on this trade.
He is split, but the Scuttle Crab did get secured by KT. They have decent wards for teleport, so a fight is in order.
Okay, the wall is going to come out and Score is all alone. And it looks like KT is not confident enough to actually go for that. Nice zoning by Ian on the Talia. Gives the Mountain Drake over to MVP.
If they commit to a trade, Smeb, I think he's going to be able to secure this one. He can probably tank ADD for a little bit. Doesn't plan on risking it. Enough chunk means that one more attempt at this turret will knock it down. So in a way, they're paying for the dividends for this tier 2.
Oh, they're looking for the knock up here on Tamata. They do get it. The follow-up with the Zac, and even with the flash away, Mata cannot get away. And now Smeb is all alone, trying to kill the Zac, and finally they're able to. Pawn by himself, zoning out so many members, a double kill. Meanwhile, ADD trying to do what Paul was doing, not quite as fed.
And what did Mata do to MVP that they keep blowing everything for the support? It just doesn't make any sense. They keep going for this pick, and he's going to run them around the rosy. Pawn is going to be able to just pick this one up with a laser. There it is. And are they going to rotate to Baron now? That Scuttle Crab attempt, the pings are going down. Smeb does have teleport. Could it be a little too much if they go for this one?
Well, you got ADD down for a while. Beyond, though, did just respawn. It's going to be pretty close. I think they just want to clear out some of the vision, perhaps, as Deft is still in the mid lane.
I'm just perplexed at MVP's decision to blow their major engage cooldowns onto Mata. A no damage threat. You know you don't have enough to pop him and turn right away, but they do so 3 times already, and they pay dearly every time. This is not the champion you want to engage on. There's a Victor and Kog'Maw that, because they blew everything to engage on, Deft was so comfortable in that fight, he flashed forward to try to kill Mata.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get a replay of this fight, too. As you said, pretty much everything on Tamata here.
Bates call, elastic slingshot, pretty much every Zac cooldown. And look at that. He flashes in to get into the fight because there's just no chance they're going to lose this one. And Talia isn't even there.
Yeah,
Weaver's Wall not accessible. The collapse is too quick from KT, and so focused on kills for seemingly no reason for MVP.
So ADD was actually forced to blow his ultimate down in bottom lane, was getting scared of Smeb. Pawn is pretty confident at this point. We've seen his Victor in the past has been pretty good.
It was a saving grace against the ROX Tigers. And the Victor against Kalista means that all he has to do, throw down a Chaos Storm, and until she starts getting some magic resistance, she can't enter the fight. It's the Victor that can one-shot her in a matter of seconds, and until she gets to that point, the fights that MVP have to take have to be kiting back. Their engage, unless KT clumps up beautifully, are nothing but a pipe dream.
I mean, MVP is going to be relying perhaps on some members of KT2 to make a mistake. If they could pop Pawn, you know, you were talking about how they're spending everything on Tamata, but if one of those squishy members of KT gets out of position, that would definitely be a nice catch.
Pretty much anyone that's not Mata. Mata is not the guy you want to be prioritizing in any of these fights.
How that ward lives. I hate when that happens.
There was a time where Soraka's in the bottom lane who would have attack speed runes in order to get the 2 auto attacks while your AD gets 1 in and you can kill out wards. Those were the days at League of Legends that I truly loved, where innovation seemingly was in love with creativity, and now we just have Doran shields and gargoyle stone plates for everybody.
And Galio.
The same rune page every single time. Back in my day.
Yeah. Now you can just play Lucian if you want to kill wards.
When I play Lucian, I play the Crystal Method Lucian intro, 1 hour loop non-stop. If I had Lucian glasses such as the ones that Blade wears, I'd have them too. And MVP, they're rushing this Baron down. He does get scouted out, pings go down. They're gonna have to turn.
Okay, they do have the Mountain Drake, so they are burning it down quite fast. But Score is here. Max in a pretty good position to block a bunch of this. The Weaver's Wall helping out too. And there will be the Baron. But here comes KT. They're looking for an engage. There is, oh man, they get Maha too, this gigantic, the Chaos Storm, and he goes down. Score here looking for a pick too. Mana all alone is just going 1v4, looking for pick after pick. They need to get some more kills. Oh man, great job there by Def to follow that up. And looks like they will just get 2 kills on MVP's way out.
A smart move from MVP to use the Weaver's Wall to prevent anybody from coming into the pit. They have the rent to secure the Baron, but what seemed like a huge outplay from MVP gets salvaged by Mata with a hook onto the Callista that
Savaged too.
salvagely savaged.
It was really savage for sure.
He's just not having a good time, and now he's finally buying magic resistance. He's probably going to turn that into a QSS. Doesn't want to get hooked again. Doesn't want to get hit by either a gravity field or that cocoon.
Even against the Baron, Smeb will take top tier 2. Just abusing the death timers and position of MVP.
And in that fight, Maha just died over the wall.
Yeah.
He just
It was the perfect hook.
Here
It was
comes the hook.
fantastic.
Let's see. Straight into laser,
Chaos Storm.
Hog ultimate,
Yeah.
and just another tick of Chaos Storm. That's all it took. Short range AD carries against long range mages. Always a tough time.
Never had a chance. MVP picked up another Mountain Drake in live. So that's pretty ridiculous at this point. They're definitely going to have a really nice push with double Mountain Drake and the Baron.
It's still promising for them. Score does have Banshee, so he feels safer getting close enough to get some harass off.
Smeb with red buff. Kennen at this point with red buff is just so annoying.
And with the Phantom Dancer means that 1v1ing him is nearly impossible. Ian will commit to a Weaver as well to try to pick him off, but he's just so slippery between the movement speed items that he's bought, the extra burst from the Blade of the Rune King, and his electrical surge or lightning rush. There's a reason why Kennen is such a heavily banned champion.
Yeah. We've still got about a minute left on this Baron, and all MVP really did was push bot tier 1 and chase a Kennen. So, to be fair, they were cleaning up a lot of their waves because KT, with the 2 kills, was able to push it in a bit.
They did get that dragon as well.
That is true.
And unfortunately, while you would want them to go for this tier 1 top, at this stage in the game, committing to a top lane push is suboptimal. It's not the greatest position, as KT can just always answer with pushing back into the mid lane, and you're so far away to be able to respond that oftentimes you don't see this objective being heavily contested, and they have no problem giving this up. They're moving to place themselves ready to collapse if need be. There is no teleport on Kennen, but he is making his way through the lane.
Yeah, they were looking for the collapse, but I think they've decided against it. Score gonna... Oh, they're blocking it with wards. Score, I think he should still be able to get out of this one. Can jump to the blasting plant. And it's no hook. Nice sidestep there from ADD.
A good attempt at KT, punishing what could have been a mistake from MVP. now they have to really worry about Kog'Maw. That's an Infinity Edge completed onto him, and the carries have no real way of dealing with this guy standing, pressing his W, and just melting down members.
It's going to be pretty gross damage, and not just the Kog'Maw, but completed Void Staff on this Victor that's extremely fed. Not to mention just the supporting damage from Score and Smeb.
And the supporting damage from Smeb goes far beyond just DPS. He has that Wit's End, which does lower the magic resistance for the members that it procs on. He has the Hurricane to ensure that it does a little bit more than that. And when you have every member of KT dealing magic damage, that truly counts as an amplifying tool that can melt down tanks faster than they expected.
Yep, definitely a good choice by him to take that down.
I'm pretty sure with that he can actually 1v2 Talia and Sion at the same time, as long as he doesn't get CC'd to death.
Wouldn't it be nice if Smeb on the cannon had the double Mountain Drake? We saw that out of Marin one time, and then Afrika never got to play cannon ever again.
That was last split, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw that game.
It was so ridiculous. It was just the Marin cannon show.
Yeah, as Marin versus the world, you're like, oh, I guess Marin is the face of this team now.
You can see how carefully Smeb is playing it. He's never really all-inning ADD. He doesn't have any vision in the red side jungle. Looks like he's looking for some now.
Well, he doesn't have to go as aggressively as you'd imagine. He's 2 levels up. He's almost 100 CS up on Sion already, and his only real danger is if Kalista ends up showing up in this lane. He has so much magic resistance, and between Phantom Dancers, his resistances on his abilities, and Flash, he can feel confident as long as Kalista is on the map. And if you watch the minimap, he moves up only when Kalista does show, and it makes sense. So he's looking at the minimap constantly, something that everybody should. As the best player in the world, Faker looks at the map every 3 seconds, and it makes you wonder that maybe having a lazy eye would be the best way to play League of Legends, if you can keep one eye on the map and one eye on the game.
The next Faker, perhaps.
Half man, half chameleon.
KT, they've done this before where they just set up a bunch of control wards around Baron when it's about to spawn. They're like daring the enemy team to just check. Kalista will definitely help out with checking some of those brushes. Little ghost thing, I don't know what it's called.
Sentinels.
Okay.
There's a TP on Smeb, however this Baron is going down fast, and he can collapse onto this. He's just getting ready to stop ADD from a possible teleport onto this.
This just feels like the boat is sinking, and every time they try to bucket water out, a new hole appears. They try to fill that hole, and 2 more. I mean, Smeb's pushing in. ADD on the Sion is getting to a point where he can't really fight back alone. And now they're going to try to collapse on the Smeb. This might be successful, as basically everyone is coming down here. But immediately you can see Smeb is trying to fight back for so long. How long is he going to survive? Look at top lane in the meantime. Doesn't matter that Smeb died.
Unnecessary to send 5 people, but at least they get something out of it. So MDP don't walk away empty-handed, but a horrendous trade as they lose Baron and an inhibitor for only Kennen. Oh, he's by himself.
Oh no. Oh, good knock up there from Max. He's even got a flash box, and I mean, he's all alone. I think he should have just accepted his fate.
They just hate Mata.
Even Pawn is like, yeah, good luck, man. See you back at the base.
It's all about killing Mata for them. But at what cost? Probably the worst cost you could imagine. These are 2 of the worst trades so far. They're going to be able to just burn this one down so quickly.
Ian can't even do any damage to it. Deft, though, does get knocked up here by ADD. Really trying to follow up, and you can see what Deft is trying to do. Meanwhile, on the left side, Pawn is going to be able to trade. He takes out Maha, even with Max nearby, and I think Pawn might just be able to turn on this if ADD is not there.
Welcome to Kalista against Victor, and now the Braum does help in stopping that laser damage.
Here comes Smeb. Oh boy, the flash laser, there it is. And everybody from MVP is routed on the run. ADD, I hope he's not scared of spiders. He was able to take out one earlier, but that will be him going down as Pawn very confidently steps up to this mid-tier 2.
Between Lichbane, Baron, Infernal, the list goes on. He's capable of taking down turrets in a heartbeat, and without any reservations onto this, he just solos out Kalista off screen, and she just never stood a chance against this guy. With only one magic resistance item against the Void Staff, Luden's completed onto the Victor. I really want to see the replay and just see how quickly did Maha mount, because it seemed like the fight just wasn't really close.
I mean, he had Max there with him. Braum was trying to help the Kalista, but he still died.
I hope that the replay does show that and doesn't show us Death getting bounce housed. And that's what we should have expected from MVP, targeting the Kog'Maw from an early stage with as much CC as possible. Let's see, here's Maha, here's Victor.
Yeah, okay.
And yep, not even close.
Just didn't see him in the brush. Not respecting that could happen. And oh, just retargeting that Chaos Storm, just pops him with the Q auto.
He wanted to get the stun now since Pawn doesn't have cleanse, but walking back into Chaos Storm is not a good idea.
I've heard that before. I definitely heard some smart programmers tell me that before.
Avoid damage. Apply CC.
Don't die.
Well, not dying is more valuable than getting kills.
Sure. Tell that to my solo queue teammates, man.
Well, I don't speak Korean.
You could try.
I know words that aren't suitable for broadcast.
I taught you a good one. Labo. You can call them idiots.
I don't want to get disco nude.
Well, we got all 3 inhibitors down in the Baron. This hasn't been the most close games or competitive games that we've seen in League of Legends tonight. These were 2 mega stomps.
And I want to add to the itemization from Depth here. He went with the rapid fire cannon.
Oh. Well, Smeb, he wants to get an extra death before he dies, but he has GA, so it doesn't matter. Just playing with their food at this point. As Deft, he's going to end the game, take out that Nexus. That's a 2-0 for KT. In very old-style KT fashion.
And that rapid-fire cannon just means that they can take down Maha as quickly as possible. If Maha's out, the chances of MVP winning a fight go to 0. And because of the long range that we saw Victor displaying, taking down the Kalista over the wall, now you combo Kog'Maw that can also apply that first crit, that one hit to make sure that he can do his fair share in taking down Kalista. It means that she just never stood a chance when it came down to these team fights.
Yep, MVP seemed so confident picking that Kalista, but KT knew exactly what the Kryptonite was. And they made it look pretty easy. There were some moments where MVP looked kind of okay, but
the thing is, this was the MVP that we saw against Samsung. They had a decent draft. You understood what the composition tried to do, but their engages were overzealous, were just erratic. It never made sense. Disjointed, using everything onto the support. Nice. This is when they're trying to go on the kill onto Smash.
Well, it's not on screen,
but yeah, but
Maha actually bounced Ian back away, made it harder for him to get there on time. But it's kind of funny.
Their engages just are so not clean that the other team can always respond with a counter engage and seemingly walk away. And MVP, their biggest hurdle is themselves right now.
Yeah, definitely is. I think going up against 2 really strong teams like Samsung and KT will be a big hit to your morale, but they got to just bring it back together and be the same MVP from last split that was able to make playoffs.
Yeah, it could be a big hit to their morale, but they're a team that have playoffs in mind. They were the 4th place team last time around. They had the potential, at least on paper, when you see the results of last split, to, hey, could they maybe even sneak into Worlds through Gauntlet, through maybe even playoffs, through a miracle run? There is that chance, and they need to sharpen up their play real quick if they want to have a chance of doing this, because these other teams are ramping up even faster.
By the way, we're getting a lot of screen time here for Beyond on the Zac. He actually looks really depressed on his play. He made Zac this. Again, it wasn't him alone. It was team MVP. But on Zac, this 100% ban champion, except for once. This was the second time, and it got totally dominated by KT. So shout outs to KT for dealing with this very supposedly OP pick right now.
Thresh is a great answer to him. As well as Thresh, you see Trundle being quite powerful against him, being able to not only interrupt his jump with his pillar, but take away a lot of the resistances. And I think that might be a pick that we could see making a resurgence, considering that against the Gargoyle, Stone Play, stacking champions that are just so common now, the resistances that he can get are immense.
Would like to see that. Used to play a lot of Trundle. Not too much anymore. Look at the damage of Victor, though. That's such a crazy discrepancy in the mid lane. Over 20,000 damage more by Pawn on the Victor.
He was against two super beefy tanks, so his damage stats are a little bit enhanced. However, the Victor bug has been spreading. Crown before the one guy that had it, and now Pawn's caught it too.
Yeah. So guys, we're going to jump over to that interview right now. Let's see.
So this is your translator, Jisun, and we have Smep here for the interview. So you said you want to make a revenge of the last season to MVP. So are you satisfied from today's victory? Yeah, I'm really happy that we won the game. But at the same time, our performance was really good, so that makes me feel more satisfied. In the recent games, there's a lot of lane swaps. Is there any special strategies? Yeah, because of the Rift Herald, they're really important. So we're trying to make more laning swaps, and also in the ROX match, we kind of like couldn't cope with their lane swap really well, so we're trying to use it by ourselves. And any guesses for today's MVP? It's kind of tricky, but I think Pawn did really well. So I think he'll be the MVP for the game too.
Well, guys, we are going to check out that MVP for game 2. Let's see who it is. It was Pawn on the Victor. 88% kill contribution and tons of damage.
Victor, aka tons.
Pretty much. You summed it up quite well. He's got lasers and cool lightning
technology.
Things. Yeah. I feel like he's staring into my soul.
What's he saying?
Well, either way, we have to go right back to the interview. Let's hear
from. So the
from
second MVP is the Pawn. This combination is kind of familiar, right? So Smep made a guess on you as MVP, and he got it right. I died in the lane at the first time, but I think Def played really well, so we could win the whole match. But after Def died, and then I kept on dealing, and we won the team fight, so I knew that I'm gonna be the MVP. So every time you pick and play Victor, is there any special your own tips or know-how? I think Victors are the two OP champions with Orianna, as you just grow in your lane. We can make a lot of damage. And Smep said he thinks he played quite well, and he shouldn't really die in the laning phase, but he did quite well. And he wants to thank him for being a good player. Well, Zac made too many ganks on the mid lane, so I think I kind of did pretty well, making only one death. So you guys really didn't ban Zac. Is there any strategy to fight against Zac? I think Thresh is really good to use against Zac, and he believed in Mada to make hooks on Zac, so I think we kind of cope with it really well. So upcoming match is versus Jinair, and if you beat them, you're gonna be in the upper ranks about second place. Are you satisfied? Are you confident? I think our performance is really good, so we're kind of confident, but also at the same time, Jinair is really in a good mood right now, so we hope we prepare really well and get a victory. And last message for your fans with a big smile. So we're having matches with on the first place and the second place, so I really want to win all the matches and get to the first place. So your fans are gonna have great Monday with the KT's victory. So last message for your fans. We're working on it really hard. So we're gonna prepare harder and harder for the next matches. And we always appreciate your love and support. And you two guys have great chemistry. Do you guys agree with me? I just think that Smeb and I are getting the MVP points, so. And this was the end of the interview. Thank you for listening.
So there you have it. So you guys heard from Smeb and Pong. Jisun helping out with the translation. And there you have it. They're going up against Jinair and I guess Samsung soon, as they said, first and second place coming up soon. So lots of hard matches for KT coming up.
Starting to ramp up, however. The results are, in the end, all that matters, and as their play continues to improve, so does their opposition. As you heard them taking on the Jinair Green Wings, which were able to take down Longzhou Gaming, which gave SKT a huge run for their money. So that matchup tomorrow is going to be one I do not want to miss. So wherever you are in the world, you stay up, you sneak your phone in the classroom, you go to the bathroom, you watch, you tell your parents to take away the parental controls on your television. This one matters.
Yeah, definitely check out some of those games that we got coming up. A lot of the teams up on top. This is beginning to look a little bit more normal, except Jinair up at second is kind of weird, but they've been playing so well nowadays. I'm really excited to see what they can do up against some of the stronger teams as well.
Jinair, the one team that made its way from the bottom, now they're here. Now they're ready to fight the Glad Plane, and it's one of the teams that I'm most hopeful for casting, considering that it's a new addition to possibly the upper echelons of the LCK, and it's always interesting to see them, as no matter who they face, you'll always give them the underdog chip, and who doesn't love a good underdog story?
It'll be cool to see them coming back and, you know, actually performing well. I'm curious to see if Longzhou also can bounce back after their loss against Jinair, because they still have a lot of these superstar players. If they can get all of them to play every single game instead of, you know, having to take a back seat, well, that would definitely help them out.
Well, you'd have to imagine that they put all of their preparation into SKT. One of the most important matches. If they would have been able to take down SKT, that would have been massive for them. And it's understandable that they get caught by surprise from a Jinair team that was a little bit underestimated.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're coming back. Jinair, they're flying the Glad Plane, as you said, and some other teams that are in the middle. Africa is up there, and then under that is like Everett, ROX, and BBQ. You got some of those teams.
Don't even get MVP started on Africa.
I think MVP is also at like 1 and 3 right now,
yes,
so struggling a bit. Not the same MVP, but either way, guys, that's going to do it for us here on the cast. Hope you guys enjoyed it once again. We are going to see you on Tuesday for more matches then, so we'll see you then. Good night.
Look as good as the day I met you. I forget just why I left you. I was innocent.
outside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway and cancel the cruise control. Switching the manual. Don't you wanna feel right? Full steam through the setbacks. You can't win them all, but I'm proud I tried. I'm glad we had a dialogue. It's good to shape the mind. Speeding up the pace, turning up the heat. Where I need to be for the first time. I'm taking risks. I'm casting off without a lifeline. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway and cancel the cruise control. Switching in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel? If I could